It's 2026 June 21. It is a Sunday. The time is 9:39. I remember to say the date and time of weekday in the beginning of the stream. I'm gonna check if I can see how to check when I turn off the PC Ubuntu. Last X grab head. That's how much I slept. I'm happy because it's basically 12 hours. It matches up with what I believe of myself. That I sleep 12 hours. I've tested it many times to verify it. I've saved my sleeping. I spent a whole year writing down every time I woke up and every time I went to bed. Actually, I'm gonna show you. I wonder what year it was. Here it is. It seems to have been look. This is the design that I had. I wrote down, the goal was to write down as much as possible, but the demand was to write down the time I woke up and the time I went to bed. I'm not sure if this is wake up time or bedtime, but like that's the most minimal way to do it. If you took a look, here's a week, 14 hours, 15 hours, 11 hours, 3 hours, 7, 4, 15, 9, and then some break, and then 7 hours. I was working on Unity and teaching. Apparently I was running Twitch this time. A Twitch channel. So what's it, 12? Here we got the date, 2021, May week 19, 12. Why isn't it in order? $12 and 24. Strange. 2 pictures of 12. 21 January, week 3. 22 January, week 52. 21 December, week 52, Thursday and Friday. Here I tried 2 days on one paper. There are cognitive reasons why I tried. There are many reasons why I tried different setups. 2 or yes, December. Okay, here I see. I'm waking up at this point. So this is sleep. The diagonal shows sleep. So anyway, I'm not gonna go through everything, but here I did the whole year of 2021, I think. Let's wait until it loads. Google, what's going on? Or maybe the actual photo is not. Oh my god. Does it say 13? Yeah. So yeah, let's remove that one. The year 2021. This is December 2020, week 51, week 52. In the beginning I was very kind of thorough, so this was kind of the first version. I also, what I did here, it seems I connected different papers. Yeah, I think I had the I think I had 1 or 2 or something per paper, and then I glued them together. I think it was 1 per paper, and then at the end of the week I glued them together into a week. And here I switched to just 1 paper of the week, and more clear segmentations of the hours. Yeah, so anyway, sleeping 12 hours, 8 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours, 16 hours. So it's like I want to sleep 12 hours, and then I sleep 8 hours, and then 7, and then 10, and then I have to make up for it by sleeping 16 hours. So it's like I'm added 4 hours here. But then I just slept 5 hours, and then 9 hours. Here 14, 15, 16, 3, 16 plus 3. That's January. 7 hours plus 9 hours and 4 hours. This was a strange time. Sleeping 9 hours, then taking a shower, then sleeping 4 hours. I suspect that I was sleeping 9 hours, and at this point I was like, probably had an itchy scalp or something. I was like, oh, it's so annoying to sleep so many hours. So I went up, took a shower. And here, slept, I guess it's 13. I can't count. Also check it. From 8, it's 12, 13, 14, 15. It's 15 hours. So yeah, and I did it for a whole year to see what my how much sleep I needed or how much sleep I preferred. So I could use that to plan forward, plan when I go to bed and wake up, and make sure I get enough sleep and be able to forecast my own future. So during this year, what I learned was I sleep 12 hours if I can. There's probably more things that can be extracted from this data, but I would have to use AI and image recognition and have some hypotheses and stuff. I don't know if it's worth it. Today, I forgot to tell you what today is. Today is admin day. What does it say? Do all non-game dev, Can we have focus on the correct thing here? I wonder how can I get focus by doing this? Maybe the camera can't handle it. Do all non-game dev, non-AI, non-game studio. There we have focus. Non-game studio work that is required for survival. Email, job applications, all soul-destroying stuff. And the idea of doing this on a Sunday is basically I will cram this as fast as possible, be as efficient as possible to do this, because it's not fun. I don't think it's I don't really think it's useful for society. But I try my best. So I do this as fast as possible, and the rest of the day I can do whatever I want. I don't need to work on anything regarding the game, or I don't need to train, or I don't need to do anything. I can do whatever I want. But I will probably force myself to continue streaming. Now, with that said, I'm gonna start the day. Sunlight in eyes. It's a good checklist, and it's on the stream. Good. I should probably make my bed onto this one. Sunlight in eyes. That's the most important thing. It is a prioritized list. Sunlight in eyes for circadian rhythm reset, so that I have an easier time to wake up. That's nice. I'm just gonna give it up. It's interesting. At this time, I could stretch enough to see the sunlight because it comes from there. So 9:53. That's when I can see the sun. So round it off to 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, I can see the sun from my room, because obviously go out and see the sun as well. Toilet done already. I think I'm gonna do my make bed after the sharing stream. No. After sharing stream, I gotta start working. Now it's a sun salutation. I'm reluctant to do it because I'm in underwear, but I did it yesterday. It's a practice of removing shame, because I'm just a significant little dot in the universe, insignificant little dot in the universe, and realizing that makes life easier, makes life better. So just a sun salutation, and I do it towards the sun, or I do it towards the window because there's no sun. I've been thinking of maybe doing sun salutations on the outside. That would also demand some bravery, or to be able to efficiently handle attention, which is distracting. Judgments and assumptions. That's good. Some improvisations. That is kind of the real goal, I think. To get to improvising, stretching the muscles that you feel need stretching. Sun salutation and improvisation. Cognitive enhancement mix. I don't want to sit on a chair. Anything but sitting on a chair. Doing a Cossack squat. I want to do world's greatest stretch. Okay. Now I need to go to the bathroom. What I'm gonna put my clothes on also. And here I have 2 sets of clothes because one set, yeah, this set is cleaner than this, so this is kind of the training set. It's a bit complex to explain, but in the beginning of the day I put on my training set, and then after I shower I put on my clean set. That's pretty simple. Then at some day, tomorrow or something, when the training clothes are too sweaty or too dirty to take on during the morning, then I'll throw them in the laundry basket. Can I show the laundry basket? No. Oh, it's there in a wardrobe actually. So, no wait, this is the clean clothes. bed making time. I start with taking off the things that's gonna go at the most top of the bed. Actually, this one's in the absolute top of the bed. I could do this outside the window. Could. That would get rid of small particles. Cool, I've never done that before. I think it freshes up more. I feel like it did that. This is how I make my bed right now. I do this first. Because if I put the pillows first and then the cover, it doesn't look good when it covers the pillows. I want it to look neat, like everything is sharp and stuff, like almost like a table. A clean table that I can use in emergencies. I'm gonna get rid of these. A little less normal sitting, feels good. Stretching out my leg. Okay, now, oh, it's does it need to be? I can make it smaller if I want to. Yeah, that's gonna be the size for now. Now, share the stream. Boring admin day, non-game dev, checking emails, week's emails, looking for jobs, for 5 jobs. Or is it for 6? I'm not gonna say. Yeah. checking emails, looking for jobs today, checking emails, boring, non-game dev day, Sunday. I guess we might hear some church bells on the stream. There is a church like 300 meters away. Is that how you spell Sunday? Is that why it's red? Is there something I'm missing? Yes. There might be something on the calendar. Check email. Prepare to chat with video. That's also email. These two things. What? Okay, yeah, I wanted to move everyone, each one of them. It updated all the time. It didn't ask me if I wanted to update all the tasks or just one. Google is changing things, and I don't like it. That means I cannot use my, like, a whole workflow in Google Calendar. I cannot use that anymore. A whole feature that I am used to using. Interesting. Maybe it's good though. It standardizes things. Anyway, so what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna check mail, empty garbage. Check, let's say check calendar. Tasks on calendar. Surviving. Tasks calendar. Copy that. Shared X. It wants me to get premium. Bundles for all. 5 million humanoids working 24/7 can build Manhattan in roughly 6 months. That is hype. Because building Manhattan is one of those tasks that it's hard to estimate the time on actually how long it takes, and it's even harder to estimate what needs to be done. But like if you frame it in a certain way, like if you have a place that's ready where you can build and there are no humans there, and the robots get all the right resources, Like you gotta transport all the resources there in order for the 5 million humanoid robots to actually have something to do. And then everything has to go smoothly. And basically, yeah, but the point is to imagine abundance future, and that is still true. Like the main point is still true. Like the main point I think is to change our perception of the future, or change our suspicion of the future, our prognosis for the future, to not just implicitly imagine what we have now is going to be in the future. It's going to change, but exactly, yeah, I think that's a good kind of message. And I wonder if I should share on some other platforms. I'm going to share on LinkedIn today. I've never done that. That's gonna be weird. Wait, why didn't I come to a sharing post? Okay, then I have to do this mess. And now I lost the message. Kind of fitting to do it on LinkedIn because I'm looking for a job. On Tistou TV I stream my life. Roughly 8 hours a day. I will use it to create use the videos as context prompt to AI, so it knows everything about me, so it can help me maximum reach my goals. Mics. That's kind of what I do. I could say like weekly schedule. Monday, AI cognitive enhancement habits, AI research. That's the main thing, and then if there's time, there's the other thing. Tuesday is develop Godot game. Jörn Mysterium. Godot detective points and click game. Wednesday develop AI orchestra system. or should I call it root AI systems orchestration. And then Thursday, develop the map tool for take the game. And then Friday, sprint review and large big picture planning. Producing the game. Saturday, sprint plan for next week. Sprint plan, that's it. And then Sunday, survival, non-game dev work. Looking for jobs, checking emails. Cool. That's a kind of cool post. I'm gonna copy that to notes. And say that to in post or weekly in post weekly schedule. Just put it in documents. This is gonna be interesting. Maybe I'll get a job by doing this. Should I show you? I'm not gonna. I might show that message. It depends what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna show that message. It's this message. Sponsored. It's just this kind of automated message to like industrial firms are navigating disruption at a large scale and pace that their operation models are not built, labor shortages, energy volatility, supply chains for agility, shifting trade policies are converging on board are responding by prioritizing investment in operational resilience. Industrial agility is emerging as the capability enabling firms to respond to this volatility while maintaining performance. We have already pushed 3 reports on this topic, including how industrial agility is shaping digital strategies, with more insights to follow over the next 12 months. I'm thinking directly, this will not last for 12 months. You need to improve your agility even more to change your whole system. Anyway, for industrial tech firms, the immediate challenge is positioning. Most vendor messaging is built for the operational conversation, maintenance, uptime, efficiency, but the investment decision now involves another layer where the business case is built around resilience and profitability. Vendors who can speak to both levels are better placed to win this conversation. You can explore for the research here. Industrial agility, Verdantix, and that's like the sponsored ad thing. So I'm now doing free sponsorship for them. Yeah, can you send me $10,000 please for this sponsorship? If you would like to connect to discuss how this applies to your firm, I would be happy to talk. it's kind of very abstract stuff. It's very high level stuff. Industrial firms, so firms that are like producing physical goods, I'm guessing. Because of all the robots, we have labor shortages, probably. Energy volatility, supply chain fragility, because you don't know if your supply chain will supply. Trade policies. Boards are responding by prioritizing investment in operational resilience. It's a lot of words to just say industrial firms are continuing to trying to survive. Like that's what you do as a company, you try to survive. And agility is emerging. How industrial agility is shaping digital strategies for industrial technology, media challenges, positioning. Yeah, because the world is changing so much, you don't know really what position you should aim for. That's what I've gone through also. Last year I really thought about positioning. That's why I started to make this game. Because this game is going to stand out on the market. Most vendor messages for operational conversation. But investments now are not a layer where the business case is built around resilience and profitability. Why wouldn't this be the main thing? Oh, most vendors think about maintenance up and... Oh, okay. Well, it seems like most most vendors is focusing on maintenance, uptime, and efficiency, which like kind of short-term thinking. Just keep yourself survival, like, yeah. It's like you stabilize. You're trying to stabilize what you are, but the world is changing so much that you have to change who you are. So you have to change your positioning. You have to change your identity, which means you should not be doing as much focus on these things to keep your identity, because your identity needs to change. Otherwise, your company, that kind of identity will not win anymore. So this new layer is about taking a larger perspective and thinking about resilience and profitability. I'm guessing that's what they mean, because that's what I would mean if I would say this. This sitting way is good. A breath of air. Yeah, because this shifts the focus from this kind of short-term thinking or very identity, like you have an identity, a kind of ego that you're protecting, not in a bad way, but you're protecting your identity. But then looking at the world and how much it changes, and you start to think, oh, in order to actually have something surviving, like the people having jobs, the problems that were mentioned here, people having jobs, getting energy, having supply chain stability, and having trade policies, and make sure you're talking towards the board, you're working with the board members. Yeah. Board members usually care more about profit and obviously resilience, like sustainability, you could say. I would like to use that simple term. Even though that one kind of mixes things up, thinking sustainability connects a lot to like the environment kind of stuff. But in order for a company to be sustained, it might need to destroy the earth. And I think a lot of companies are gonna choose that kind of misstep. Maybe. So I prefer actually usually to say sustainability, because that's, if you go to the root of it, what you want is a company that is sustaining itself and it's sustaining the environment that it is in. Because if you start to exploit the environment that you are in the wrong way, then you will destroy the environment around the company, and in the long run the company will die. So sustainability goes like it's not only about environment, it's not only about the what do you say, like it's not only about nature. It's a more abstract concept. But I get the use of words resilience here, because this is a mass message to people, and if you put sustainability there, then you think that the board members are caring about about nature, but they don't. Board members are also only humans. Yeah, it would be fun to do, but it doesn't fit me. Doesn't fit my firm, doesn't fit my individual game developer studio, which is not even a registered company. Now the stream is shared. There we go. Now admin tasks. This is the first time I'm following this weekly schedule, and today it's admin tasks, and it worked. I didn't have to touch the floor even. Admin tasks: do all non-game dev, non-game studio work that is required for survival. Today is survival. Email, job applications. Why doesn't it say 5 job applications there? Did they remove those? Or are those? Oh yeah, those are still on the Monday. Right. So let's move this to today. And then everyone done. Good jobs and emails and also the rest of. Okay. So this is like it's soul destroying stuff day. So it's like my soul is gathering calluses and protection by doing this kind of training, or muscles maybe. Maybe this trains my soul resilience and profitability. Let's see, buying dishwasher plaything. I'm gonna move that to next Saturday. On Saturday is when the second-hand shop is open in this town. Plan June. I would say this is completed because I've done, yeah, because I'm running iterations now, so I don't have a plan for June, or maybe I threw it away. No, I'm gonna keep it because I used it as a source to create the iteration policy instead of waterfall. Moving things in the corridor, that's gonna do today. Priming work for golden hour. Before exercise, I did not check this at Friday. Before exercise starts, just read about what to work on during golden hour. That will push the current completed tasks away from focus on the working memory to fill the working memory with the coming tasks, priming the mind to start solving them before. Yeah, I've gotten this habit. I might forget it though if I don't write it down. So I'm gonna move it. This is a habit creating task, so it's not something that, like a habit is not done, it's not created by a task that is achieved. So I'm just pushing this forward until I'm pretty sure that I will never forget to do the golden hour priming. And this is to look back at the stream when I magically got my working memory released. And I have a time date here. Maybe I'll do that today, we'll see. Depends. The goal of today is survival, so priority, how do I increase my survival the most, what is most important when it comes to these tasks. I think it is checking email. At least checking emails for important emails. Yeah, I should divide this into two. Check for important emails, for survival emails. Survival, that's more specific. Now I can choose all tasks on this task. Okay, so they still have that feature, it's just then when you moved. And then I'm gonna all emails. That's another task. And we are going to repeat it weekly on Sundays. Done. Now it's also there. Then I have to divided checking emails into two tasks, because I have not checked emails for 1 week because that's my new system I'm trying out. So it's gonna be a lot of emails today. So I think first is checking survival emails, and then is probably look for 5 jobs. If that's the only thing I can do today, then that's fine. And it is connected to the thing I learned last week about priorities. Using economic value as a priority. Checking my mailbox is unknown. Taking out my garbage doesn't give me any money. In a sense, it's maintenance. It's maintenance. It's not resilience and profitability. Looking for jobs, potential future salary. So jobs dominate kind of the economic value prioritization. But yeah, but checking for emails, if I get a job and then send me an email, then it's important that I answer that email. So the saying, like a bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush. So survival, if I have an email from someone who wants to give me a job, I should focus on that, and I should not focus on 10 job ads. So checking emails for, and now I have to use my cognitive focus and working memory to not get distracted, because there's going to be a lot here. And I'm taking a risk here of showing all of my emails. But I'm just a dot in the universe. It doesn't really matter in the long run. We got news about AI news, robot news, business, good business suggestions, AI news, someone's name Elizabeth needs my telephone. I think this is connected to a new person working at the Unicem. They got a new job coach. That's interesting. That's actually very interesting, incredibly interesting. Maybe she only works during the summer because they want to take a vacation. Somebody needs a vacation. Oh, Anna is going into a vacation. I see. That's why. That's very interesting. Also interesting financially that it goes so well for them that they can take vacations. Well, I already know that they are like a regular company. Ish. They're unique. They are certainly unique. But seem to have a regular economy. Survival economy. AI News, GitHub, Alpha Signal, Library. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about AI in Bureau after the summer. AI News, coach suggesting, looking for education. Alex business, AI News. Oh, cool. This is very important. This is the most important email, I think. Then EU AI Act news. We have decided to go further. A no from a company. And just being aware of the apartment market in case I want to or need to move. More AI news, robot news, AI news. Probably no to a work. Just a thank you. And then safety, data safety email, and then AI news. Okay, so going back, remembering why I'm checking my mails. I'm not checking all the mails, I'm just checking survival related mails. And I think it's the job coach mails, and this is not survival, but it feels important, like it's culturally important, but it's not survival important, so I cannot spend time on this email until I have stabilized my income in a new level. I think, at least that's how I think right now. Okay, so here should be, yeah, Asmelian. Hello, we got information that you wish to contact regarding studies with support. Economic support. We tried to reach you, but no answer. Do you have questions with studies or activities? You need to contact us per phone. Yeah, that's not gonna happen for 1 or 2 weeks or something. Here you find information about studies and activities. Activity support. Actually, I just caught myself thinking too negatively. Instead of saying this is not going to happen in a week, I should think, when can this happen? If it cannot happen in a week, I should think like, this will need to happen in 2 weeks. This will happen maybe on Friday or Monday. It depends on how I pay my phone bill. I cannot answer to these emails. Okay, cannot handle personal stuff per email. That is bureaucracy. That's definitely a big, huge bureaucracy problem. That probably makes the whole country slower in matching people to correct jobs. Yeah. Well, they tried to reach me and they probably have the right phone, but I keep my phone on do not disturb at the beginning of the day until 12 o'clock because I don't want to be disturbed. So you gotta call after 12 o'clock and before I go to bed. So anyway, I'll just call this number. I could read some here, but I already read this. I'm applying to, yeah, I'm applying to an education, this one, or I want to apply to this one because I want to build a chip factory in Skellefteå municipality and build my own AI chips, or build as many AI chips as possible, that then so we can get self-sustaining in Sweden on AI hardware, so we can create AI data centers as easy as possible. So not just AI chips, but also everything related to creating AI data center resources. So I'm gonna, the late application has already closed, but if they still have some place left, I might be able to get in. So, but I cannot ask to join before I get it approved. I'm not allowed to ask to join this. It's another bureaucratic problem. Because if I would get approved, if I would apply to it and get approved, then I don't have the right to get support from Arbetsförmedlingen or Försäkringskassan. So, yeah, maybe it creates a kind of stability, like it does create less stress, because then I'm not allowed to do this piece of work. So it kind of stagnates me, or like forces me to relax, kind of situation. So in a sense it's good. Anyway, it's not possible to email this place. and my phone is not working. My phone will start working in either Friday next week or week after that. So that's that, and that's probably, and then I'm gonna check this regarding, okay, it's about specific education. She also works at the job coach company where I have a job coach, and Anna is going on vacation, so Elisabeth Nilsdotter, she's educated study with broad, okay. I'm a little bit interested to doing like private investigation to see just who she is, maybe what she knows, what businesses she does, maybe she has a LinkedIn, but it's not related to survival, because if I'm not gonna meet her, but I'm going probably to send her an email, so maybe there's an opportunity. Video, that's probably her. Salesman, ability coach, Skellefteå, Facebook. There are two profiles here. I don't think these ones are her. Maybe she doesn't have a LinkedIn. That is very strange for a job coach to not have a LinkedIn. That is actually a huge red flag. Or maybe it's a green flag, because LinkedIn might not be actually a good thing. So you still get two. Yeah. See all of them. This is two. It might be her. How do I know? This is just a salesperson. No study costs. And this is also the same. Okay. So my new job coach does not have a LinkedIn. So maybe she's newly educated or something, or maybe she has an opinion that LinkedIn you should not be there. I like to have new job coaches, because that gives a new perspective of things. I prefer to change job coach often. That is something that is very valuable for me. So this is good. I like that I get to talk to Elisabeth. Regardless. Oh, I thought she was gonna say that she has the wrong phone number to me, because I haven't been able to answer. But no, she's giving it here. Cool. Okay, then they're fine. They're fine. Then we have nothing we need to do there in order to survive. Well, maybe we should send an email to book a coaching session on Monday or Tuesday. Monday I prefer. Was that study day? Tuesday is Godot. I'm gonna ask about Monday. Hey, Elisabeth. Roligt att få träffa en jobbcoach. En ny jobbcoach. It sounds sarcastic, I don't know. How do I make it not sound sarcastic? Because I don't... My intention was to be honest. Jag ser fram emot att träffa dig och höra ditt perspektiv på jobbmarknaden. Och prata om mina möjligheter till studie eller eventuellt vad för jobb du kan rekommendera till mig. Kan vi ha maybe I should make an introduction. Jag brukar träffa Anna som min jobbcoach och vi pratar om allt från att starta eget, en komplicerad situation för mig men väldigt intressant, till att bygga min spelstudio, utveckla spel, sälja spel och företagsidéer för med nya företagsidéer till att sälja mitt spel och att studera AI eller produktion av hårdvara till AI. Samt rymdutveckling. Vänta, that's too much. Kan vi boka in ett möte 20 juni? And I should check the buses to come with a suggestion of time. Let's go there from Jörn by transit and departing on June 29th. How early can I depart? I prefer to have 2 hours of setup. This is gonna be interesting because how will I stream this? The only way for me to stream this is using my phone, I think. I don't have an extra battery for my phone, so it's going to be... Maybe it will become a segmented stream. We'll see. Okay. Depart. If I Well, today I woke up at 9, so I think 9 can be okay. So 9, 10, 11. So 12:49 I can go by the bus. So 2:05. 14:05, and it takes 5 minutes to go. So 14:10. Buss, så jag kan komma först till Skellefteå. I think this is like too much information in one email. But I'm still not gonna change my, like, this is how I shouldn't, I don't know, like I could just stop the email here to make it simple. It's a simple introduction. I think this is better. That keeps it simple. I don't need to go into details about I'm living in Jörn, I need to take a bus. Just keep it simple. I'm actually not as interested about what slags professionellt nätverk du kan komma åt. Nice. I think that's good. That's a good email. It's not perfect, far from perfect. I don't, maybe it's a bad email, I don't know. I think it's a good email. I don't know why it would be good. Also, here it states clearly when you can call me. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have streamed that, but whatever. If I get problems, I'll just change my phone number. Okay, good. Survival taken care of. I'm doing my part to earn my keep. Well, to earn the rights to my keep. And I guess like being unemployed creates work. Being a responsible unemployed person that actually meets my job coach, and that creates a job for the economy, for the job coach to be also to get a pay. It's a very strange system. It's incredibly strange, and the incentive structure for job coach companies is, I think, it's very tricky. It's very tricky to put a good incentive. Right now, job coach companies, they get I think they get a sum of money every month for every participant that they have, and that incentive is really bad, because that means that the more unemployed people, the more money the job coach agency does. If the job coach agency has 10 unemployed people, and they get maybe, I don't know, let's simplify, they get 10 crowns per month per person. They get the sum of money every month for those people. And if they spend that month getting jobs for a couple of them, they will not get less money short term, because they get even more money for actually getting people into jobs. a more significant sum, like over 10,000 per person that they get into a job. So it's that incentive is good. That creates an incentive to give someone a job, to actually put people in jobs. But there's still this incentive. If you have a company where you don't need to expand and you're satisfied, like you have enough unemployed people, like I don't know how many you, like if you have a couple of employees and you have 1,000 people that you're coaching, every month you get enough money for everyone to get paid. There's no, the only incentive is if they wanted more money, then they would put more effort. But I think there are a lot, even both small job coaching agencies has this comfortable position where they don't really need to put someone into a job, but they have to officially try, like they have to speak like they're trying, but they really don't need to. For their own sake, they don't need, like if you look at it factually, they don't need to in order for that company to survive. They can just have that number of people unemployed and just continue. And the thing it makes easy for them is that they don't have to get more unemployed people. They don't have to do as much marketing. It's kind of a stable situation. And I think even if you scale up to a bigger company where you have several employees, if you have, you can just scale up the operation. You can hire a new job coach and then get more unemployed people. And then you just have a more stable, bigger company, job coaching agency. But you probably have contact with the work unemployment agency, and you have to get people to jobs, otherwise you lose the right to get funding for doing your work. So there are probably processes to handle this. I don't know. It's not what I'm gonna focus on fixing in this society. But yeah, the incentive structure, I feel like I get a sense that it creates this stagnation. It's the incentive structure might be good enough for this. It creates a kind of stability, having this monthly kind of situation. It creates less stress. Like if we remove that incentive structure and just have incentive structure for getting people into jobs, then the job coaching agency would have a lot more stress, and they would have to kind of push. They could create less of a friendly and less of a personal relationship with the person who needs a job, and they would more like push, you need to do this, you need to do this now, do this, do. And I think in today's society where we are so rich in this society, if you start to push someone out, they will just not get a job and instead live on social security. And if you look at the political change, how that happened, like what that means is that you lose the connection between the unemployed person and the job coach. So they get pushed, they cannot do what job coach is pushing them to do, so they're pushed out, and then they live on not on unemployment benefits, instead they live on social security. And social security has no connection to someone having a job coach. So that person gets more isolated, which increases the chance of it continually being unemployed. So that's why I think the necessary incentive structure is for the job coach companies to get a monthly small fee for just having that person in the system. Just having that person in a situation where they meet people, and the requirements for doing the meetings is lower. But the risk is that this stabilizes kind of a situation where a lot of people, well, I guess it's probably good. Like you could either, if you have two choices here, you could either stabilize a person in social security, social benefits, where they continue not meeting people in a professional, like talking about professional things and getting a job, like without, like then you don't have, then you're stabilized at this position. Or we have this current incentive structure where you get a very low pay as a job coach company for having a person in the loop. That means more of these people, like me, can be in this other track where they are stabilized in being unemployed instead of being living on social benefits. Like it's both of them is being unemployed, but one is no action, no networking, basically, and the other one is enough networking for this individual to feel like it can do it, to sustain it. They can sustain that. So it's better to be sustained in this unemployment but you meet people category. I think that's how I would think if I was a politician. That's how I would reason. But the obvious best step is like the next step, to stabilize a person in employment. That would be the best. So we have this incentive structure for the job coach companies that is 10,000 or more. I think it's between 10,000 and 38,000. That's what I calculated when I was Gemini, for a person to get into a job. So there is an incentive structure for the job coach companies there to actually put people into jobs. That's what they want to do. But I feel like there's slightly too much satisfaction in the job coach company, and I feel like in Sweden we're still trying to figure out job coaching, like what is good. It's like we haven't figured out good job coaching in Sweden. I haven't solved it yet. I think it's definitely solvable. But I also think that we will probably start using AI to solve it. And that's something that I've been thinking of developing, but it's not something that I will spend my free time on, at least not before I've released a successful game. But making an AI job coach, that's gonna come at some point. But there are some regulations in EU AI Act regarding these things that you have to think about. So there are these limitations when it comes to safety. So you gotta do it in the right way. You gotta do it in a kind of limited way where you cut off the power of the AI in order to make it safe. So you only have a little smart AI that actually boosts your ability to get a job. But I think like the real I think the real problem is that, okay, here's the problem. I think we have misunderstood the problem or simplified the problem. We've gotten to a practical solution in Sweden. We have these job coach companies and we have job coaches, and the idea is take someone who's unemployed and talk to a job coach in order to get into a job. But when I talk to people that are unemployed and I think about why are they unemployed, because I'm basically an employer. I don't have any money, but I have people working for me or with me on my games, and I've been leading a team and getting people on my team and working on games and thinking from that perspective. And then I think when I get funding, if I get funding, or when I get to a point where I can hire someone, then I'm gonna have to think about who I'm gonna hire. How do I get that person? How do I get the right person? So I'm already thinking in those tracks and thinking like, this person who's unemployed, why would I hire them and why would I not hire them? Would it be a good decision for the company to spend this part of money on hiring them, or would it be better to spend this money on something else or hiring someone else? And then I realized like the thing that people who are employed need is usually social skills. like it's social skills as a very big area, which contains things like being able to not get too angry, or like not be so angry that you say things like that would be illegal, but just saying them is kind of not illegal. Like saying things like well, this is actually legal, like suicide is illegal in Sweden, but there are people who are depressed and angry and whatnot, and I don't think the solution is to hide your... Maybe the solution is to hide your real thoughts. Maybe that's necessary sometimes to make things work. It's a practical business way of thinking, in a sense. I don't think that solution is... I don't think that is the solution, but if you have someone in the workplace and they're depressed and they're suicidal or whatever, and they're having a bad time, if they then express like, oh, I feel so bad I might take my life tomorrow or something like that, then that's gonna affect the workplace. It's gonna affect the co-workers directly, their performance. Like, obviously they have to think about, okay, what does this mean? What should I do if the person does this? Should I stop them from doing it? Is it more important to try to stop them as a person from doing it than it is to do my job? And I think from a practical standpoint, running a company, since humans are not able to solve... Most humans are not able to solve all of their own problems. It's even harder for a person who's running a company to solve the problems of all of the employees, or some, like, it's hard, even maybe impossible, to get a suicidal person to not be suicidal. Like, that's more than a full-time job. Like, and it shouldn't be something... It shouldn't be something that somebody does either. It's related to that. It's a personal kind of decision situation. Like, if you force someone to not end their life, that's it just feels wrong. It just feels like it will not work long term. So anyway, that's part of the big thing where I call social skills, like team working skills, or it's related to understanding that the company is just a group of people. It's not something magical. It's just a group of people trying to do something, trying to improve, trying to survive. It's just a group of people trying to survive or trying to thrive, to get rich. Either survive or get richer. Like, ish, kind of. That's kind of ish. At least like in the private sector. Like if you're not... I mean the super private sector where you actually have customers and not living on grants. Like we have Red Cross and whatever, and that's a group of people who are trying to survive and stuff. But anyway, so going back to the point of what unemployed people need in order to get employed, it's something that a job coach is not equipped to do in most cases. And I think a lot of people who have thought about this have realized this. And there's not really a big solution, like, because we have limited tax money to pay for people. Like, obviously if every person who is unemployed can get a job coach, they can get a psychiatrist, they can get a health coach, they can get a gym coach, they can get a relationship coach, they can get, like, if they get a big network of people that just helps them, then they might have a chance. But all these people need a paycheck in order to do that job, because they're not going to do it for free. That's the problem. If people were willing to do things for free, then these people would get jobs. And I think that's why people have jobs, because they have networks of people that they care about, that they contribute to people. They're part of a family, a network, and people that have jobs and networks and companies and stuff. So for them it's easy to get a job, because they don't need a job coach, because they have job coaching advice from their current network enough to be in the sphere of employment, in the cloud of employment. So anyway, all of these people that would need to get paid in order to do their job, they need to get paid, and the taxes is not enough. And if you raise the taxes, it means we take more from all of the employed people. And the people owning companies, being free from employment. And that's the next level of discussion, because that's not going to happen either. Because if you raise taxes, then companies leave, so you get less taxes. So the effect is, like, if you try to grab more taxes, the people that give taxes, they'll just leave the country to another country, so you will get even less taxes. So we cannot use more taxes to get all these supporting networks for the people that are unemployed to get employed. So the practical solution, I think, that's done is this job coaching layer, which is not enough for, I don't know what the percentages could be, but maybe 10% can get a job through the job coaching kind of philosophy. So it's still good. But also there's more to it. There's more to it. There's much more to this social skill set that you need. I'm trying to figure out why I haven't gotten a job. I can't quite understand, because I'm very capable. I reach out. I think it's something related to my culture, like my kind of religion. I've talked about this previously in the stream, about my mindset, of my kind of Jesus mindset. It's like I'm outside the professional sector, like I'm some kind of spirit that I don't fit in anywhere in the professional sector, or it's very hard to find a place where I fit. In most places I don't fit. I think that's why. I just need to do more volume, I think, on job applications. But I also think that the best use case for me to improve Sweden might not be to get a job. I think it is not to get a job. I think it is to run a company. But I don't know. I'm probably a bit naive, thinking that I can't get a job, but I can still run a company. Like, if I can't get a job, like, how can I say for certain that it's like I'm trying to jump over a level, like skipping an important essential step. I've had jobs before. I know how to do applications, CV, personal letters, reaching out, on ads. I know Arbetsförmedlingen has a lot of job ads, and they are usually not the way into a company. The real way is networking. So I've done that as well, and spontaneously applying to places, going to places, visiting places, talking to people, going to some networking events, not too many, but and doing networking, and I've gotten jobs doing networking. Or well, I got one job doing networking. So anyway, I think I'm missing, like, there's education, like I don't think I need a psychiatrist or a relationship coach or a romantic coach or blah 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 blah. I need a good job coach. That's what I need. Or a job coach that knows my industry, knows the industries. A job coach that can understand my potential, that can understand, oh, this guy needs to get this kind of job in this industry. This person would, like, it's very, like, I probably need to learn something about something, or maybe just find the right person, like a job coach who has a vast network, a vast professional network. And now I'm starting to think about my AI job coach thing, because the AI job coach could, it can find the right job, but it's illegal. According to EU AI Act, this is illegal. It's illegal to, I think, I'm not sure, I haven't read through the exact paragraph, I haven't found where it is in the EU AI Act, but there's some things regarding automatically matching things, matching a person to a job, automatically sorting out CVs using AI. I think that is illegal. I think a lot of companies are doing it, but they don't know it's illegal. But yeah, it's going to be maybe some problems occurring soon when EU AI Act comes into, it's gonna, anyway. So there's an illegality towards using AI too much, because the AI will use its biases, its prejudice, because that's how you create an AI. You fill it with biases and prejudice. That is the same as pattern recognition. That is the same as intelligence. So you have to do that. And then it matches as a job coach AI, or not a job coach AI, well, it could be a job coach AI, but a job matching AI. Would take the person's CV, it would talk to the person, get to know them, search through their whatever information they want to give to the AI. In my case, I would give all these streams to AI, and the AI would get a picture of this kind of person and what kind of industry they might be fitting into, and like how much they need to learn in order to fit in an industry, and to see like what is the closest path to a job. And then that AI would say, okay, this job at this company, here's the explanation why you fit, so you understand it. And here is what you need to make sure that you know before you talk to them, like as homework. This is what you need to study. And this is the personal letter that you send to them even. But we can skip that part. Just finding the job is, and what you like, so you understand why you fit at that job. But this is illegal, I think. That's why it's not happening. or there's a problem here, because this AI can sort people into, like, it will probably do things like, it will be sexist if it's gonna be efficient. It will, if you look at the percentages of it, what it would suggest is like women would constantly be suggested to work in healthcare. Men would constantly be suggested to work with physical, strong professions. And then you look at the data and see, okay, this AI is sexist. Categorized, makes a difference between men and women. But I think if you look at the people and you look at the companies and you ask the people, did you get a job that through this AI that you think is okay or good? And I think if the AI is actually good at matching the people, the individual will say, yes, this is great. I got a job using this AI at this company. The people that are here matches my culture, like I understand them, I have a connection to them. I didn't think I could work in this profession, but this AI found this place in this company, and I can't believe I didn't think of this myself, because obviously I have these skills from my life that I thought everyone had. But here at this job, if I feel like I'm valued just because who I am, what I do naturally. And that's and the company is also gonna say, this AI is amazing. It got people, we didn't have to go through all this process of talking to people who don't know the industry, who doesn't have the underlying stuff. And we got someone who just fits the culture. It's like they were born to be in this company. That's how the company is gonna feel like. The AI matching, job matching, that's what it's gonna. The individuals are gonna feel amazing. The companies are gonna feel amazing, and the stats of the AI is gonna be, it's sexist, it's discriminatory. Like the data. If you look at the data, because being sexist is a pattern that you have. In order to be sexist, you need to have the intelligence of perception, of I'm reluctant to say intelligence here because that's always portrayed as something positive usually, but in order to be sexist, you need to be able to perceive two different sexes. Having that perception. But it's just a perception. You can have another perception. In order to be LGBTQ, then you need to have the perception that you can see all of these different categories. So that's one of the prerequisites. If you're, I don't think there's a person, but if there's an AI that cannot distinguish between men and women, like this is just a human, that AI cannot be sexist. But in order for this job coach AI to be able, in order for any AI to deal with a person, they need to identify patterns in that person. And even if this AI doesn't get the explicit, this is a male, this is a female, it's going to categorize this person and make assumptions, recognize patterns. That's the same thing. Assumptions and patterns are the same thing. Perception and patterns, intelligence is the same thing. You see this when, well, at least in AI technology, in neural networks, if you go into studying neural networks and how they work, and these patterns, perception and judgment and decision making, all of this is the same thing. It's the same thing in current AI technology, neural networks. Even though this AI, they get a person's data and they don't get to know if they're male or female, they will understand something like, oh, this person has good skills in taking care of people, and thus we should recommend healthcare. And it will probably, like, I'm not saying this is true or not. I'm trying to not be sexist, because it doesn't matter. But I think, yeah, okay, so it's going to, people who are good at healthcare is going to recommend healthcare jobs for that person. And I think if you look at the data, the nature is sexist. Nature is sexist. The physical laws are sexist. It's a difference between men and women and all of the other genders as well. That's super sexist, genderist, whatever. It's the wrong words to put on this. It's not. I'm not talking politically correct now. I'm risking a bit here, but like, you could be judgmental towards someone who's not a male or female, and then you would be kind of sexist. You would be using prejudice or whatever. But anyway, so the AI will detect that. If you look at the stats, it will recommend people who are good at healthcare into healthcare jobs. And the AI doesn't even know it is sexist. But it's going to, if you look at the data, if you compare, okay, these 100 people, 50 of them are men, 50 of them are women. What jobs did this AI recommend? Oh, it recommended healthcare jobs to the women and physical hard work to the men. It's sexist. Even though it wasn't trained to be sexist at all, it just did the thing, just recommended individually what its thing thought was best. That's a slightly future problem, but that's the method we use, that we will probably use to determine is it sexist or not. But we should be looking at each individual and asking them, do you think, did you get a job that you like? And we can make the AI good enough to recommend jobs that the person says yes, and this person says yes. And if you ask all of these 100 people that you did a study from, did you get a job that you enjoy to do? And they are all going to say, yeah, this AI is amazing. And if you ask the companies, did you get a good employee, or is this AI good? And the company is going to say, yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, now I've iterated and yapped about that from different perspectives. It was interesting. Now the time is 2 hours in, so I'm gonna do my second batch of my cognitive enhancement protocol and get my green tea. 1 milliliter of crushed up green tea leaves and 1.25 milliliters of alcohol. Hot water. It's gonna brew until it's cold enough to drink. This amount of green tea is my preferred amount, because if I have more than this amount of green tea, then if I suddenly don't get green tea for tomorrow, for example, I will not get a headache. So this is the largest amount of green tea that I can consume per day, and not get a headache if I quit cold turkey, if I suddenly don't get access to more. So it's a safe amount. It's the highest safe amount that I can consume. And it's also a budget version, because I prefer to drink matcha. Matcha is better. But this is almost matcha. This is as crushed up as I could do with the leaves that I had. I prefer it to be more crushed up to matcha powder, but and the quality of this green tea is probably not the best either. But it is the budget. I just bought regular green tea and crushed it up myself. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? Toilet cooking. That's the coolest angle I've gotten so far, but it's kind of I kind of don't want to have the toilet word on top of that. I'm just gonna have it. I'm gonna have cooking, just cooking. It's brewing, that's cooking. bit chilly today. I know what I also need to do. I need to use my system, micro movement system, move through the day system. This is not reset properly. These are exercises. Each one should be a small exercises, but unfortunately some of them take. One of them takes 15 minutes, I think. I randomly pick some exercises for the day. Each one I do every half an hour. Wait, it's 11:54, so I'm gonna just do the 12 o'clock one. It also is kind of proof of the things, the movements that I've done through the day, so it reminds me. Calisthenic Cossack squat is the suggestion. The idea is to keep the fascia in the body active, which actually stagnates every 10 minutes, so it would be better to move every 10 minutes, but that system would overwhelm me with tasks. So what I do then, I go to my document where I have listed all of this is the move through the day protocol and how it works, and then this table, calisthenics Cossack squat. This is the Cossack squat. 4 minutes long, that's good. I haven't done this exercise. That's good. I'm gonna listen to the video. I cannot share this. I don't know if I can share. Like, I can't share the whole video. I cannot share it. I can't just look at it with you. 4 minutes is too long. So you have to look at it yourself if you want the sound. But I'm gonna listen to the sound. Added weight. That was good. Oh, this is interesting. I was exploring this yesterday. This is something that I might check on Monday. Whoa. Monday is freaking packed, dude. Anyway, I've done check for survival email. Done moving this, and yeah, I was connected correctly. Perfect. It was really good. I think that's an exercise that I will keep. Now, let's see if this is drinkable yet. Not yet. Now I'm gonna look for 5 jobs. This is my Google Sheet where I keep all the jobs. But this is April. Here we have June. I have searched enough jobs to be eligible for. I only had to look for 6 to 20 jobs. But I tried to look for max. Yeah. I always try to go for max here. And obviously I can look for even more jobs. But as I said before, I'm not I don't think me spending time getting a job is the best thing for humanity. The use of my skills. I think it's better if I work on making my game and understand how to run a company, and then start a successful company, and then I become a company owner, and then I become an employer instead of an employee. I think that's the best path for me personally, but I cannot go on that path and get support because I have some bad economic decisions. 1 year, 2019, I decided to risk everything. Anyway, I feel like listening to music. I feel like it's too quiet. I'm not gonna listen to music. I'm just gonna bask in the quietness. In-game is where all the game jobs, well, a lot of game jobs are. It's easy to look for jobs. It's incredibly easy to look for game dev jobs on in-game. I have this folder where I get all the in-game jobs suggestions, and then I just apply. I don't know Russian, but I don't think that's a problem. Just translate it. All the computer games, military PvP. Game designer, PvP. Let's apply. No. It's remote. Let's sign in. I've forgotten my password. Strange. Oh. There we go. Oh, I shouldn't share. Well, I've already shared that stuff before, but whatever. Maybe I'm just a dot in the universe and it doesn't matter. But anyway, now I've applied to this job. Three more jobs. Let's see if we can find some good engineering jobs. This one is suggested. Can I open it? Senior UI UX artist. Not good. This is what I do. Double click there, and then I have my personal letter there. I give my resume PDF, which I've downloaded on my computer. I apply, and then I apply it. Then I make sure to gather all the necessary data so I can go back. If they call me or send an email, I need to be able to look at the company and look at the job ad to refresh my memory. And then it's very far. I usually get an average of 2 jobs per day recommended, but recently there has been not many. If you look here back, like look back at this time. 2 jobs, 1 job, the 15th. The 17th, 1 job, 18th, 1 job, 21, 1. 7 jobs, 3, 4, 1, 1, 1. Okay, I guess maybe. Maybe I get an average of 1 job per day. Well, I'm a little bit interested. Maybe I should look for another type of job. I actually feel inspired to look for jobs. All of the ranting about the job market and stuff, I kind of feel inspired to look for something else. So I'm gonna try ChatGPT. And I'm gonna put in, install Sure, go ahead and install it. I'm gonna send my CV. No, I think it's in documents somewhere. This is my badass CV that I've recently tried because I haven't gotten a job for a long time, so I'm trying a completely different strategy with this CV. This CV I made using ChatGPT or Gemini, and can I open PDF files? Sure, I can open. Is this on the... oh yeah, I was in the wrong. This one, this CV is like my long-term vision kind of CV. Like, I'm really pushing myself to the limits, you know? I'm emphasizing things like transitioning to global operations via Estonia, starting a company in Estonia. I have a strategic vision of my mission is to engineer the infrastructure for future civilizations, ranging from interoperable global game protocols to self-sustaining terrestrial and orbital habitats. So it's a very big vision stuff. Focusing on AI technologies, my game internet protocol idea, robotics and physical systems, engine agnostic systems, my experience, and active R&D, humanoid robotics assembly, orbital logistics, survival habitat. This is not completely updated because right now I'm focusing only on AI research and for game developments. In AI research in general, and well, AI superintelligence research. I want to build superintelligence, and I'm focusing on making a practical intelligence system to develop successful games. So at least one successful game. Yeah, so yeah, that's my framing. It's very grand, it's very like CEO kind of CV. But then I also have this, in April I made a CV that I use for kind of smaller jobs. Yeah, it's a Swedish one. I'm thorough, like when I apply to small jobs, like like hjulastarförare. Then I'm not sending in my CV of I'm gonna be CVO building AI space centers. Then I send this CV instead. I'm thorough, reliable, on time. I have a habit of driving my own, running own company and leading work. I'm good as myself and a team. And then, well, I guess I have to put this as what I'm doing because it's the only thing I'm doing right now. Scrum Master, founder. Yeah. It's not the perfect CV for working as a hjulastarförare or something like that, but it's the best thing I can do, I think. But my CV is definitely extremely theoretical and not down to earth. But I don't know what I should be applying for. I don't know what job I should be applying to. I don't know. But gradually I think AI will be better. Here is my CV. Help me find a job, preferably in North of Sweden. I can move, but I don't want to move too far. I don't like south of Sweden. I can move there, but preferably. Let's see how good it has gotten at doing this stuff. I just realized what I can do. I can send the links to all of my YouTube videos now. That's something I've been looking forward to doing. Biggest challenge is not my experience. The problem is I see it's like a futurist founder manifesto, then job seeking CV. Terms such as future services may hurt you when applying or to Swedish employees. For most employees, it's not as our great second CV focus on software, AI, game, backend, etc. Jobs I would target first. Game, AI, software, backend projects, automation software. Yeah. That's good. This is sad because I'm applying for jobs in the game industry, but I'm not getting any jobs. And it's not. I've used another CV before. So. Six applications, 2 game industry applications, two. My recommendation: do not use the CV unchanged. Great. The reason for the CV being like this is to get a job at a place that has high ambitions and are looking for highly ambitious people to make sure I end up at a company that wants to grow as aggressively as possible, where each person has enormous amounts of responsibilities and are open-minded but grounded. This CV is a strategy to stand out and be 110% honest of where my future lies. So it also makes sure I end up at a company where the company thinks long-term success and knows that it needs core people to succeed with their ambitious goals. Let's see if it agrees or not. Yeah, this is great. I will not waste company time, like I will not waste time of the companies. I don't want to waste time of a company that doesn't really need me, that cannot handle my power. Early stage startups, founders, R&D, visionary companies, robotics, AI, D-Tech. Yeah, this is the more correct way for me. This is where I belong. Okay, that's perfect technology stack. Manage more about how it thinks, where the company return, I guess founder reads games, interesting systems. Here are they think it's pretty across disciplines, everything. Yeah. The right founder may love that. Where it fails. Okay. The majority of hiring managers are not founders, they're middle managers. But in a startup, they are the founders. So it's derailing at the it came to the real understanding, like where my CV works. But then it says it fails, but then it suggests I'm going to apply for jobs that are not these kinds of jobs. So it derails. It forgets its own reasoning. Okay. It does spend more space on vision than execution. I'll have a lot to show for, or I don't know what I can show. I have my website. My CV says this is who I am, this is where I'm going. If it's aligns with your mission, let's talk. Yeah, it's simple. It doesn't need to be efficient. It's efficient. I need to work with efficient people, not people who are yapping and wasting time. This would be great, but I don't have that. Now I'm going to give it the link to my YouTube channel where I keep all of my streams. This is gonna be interesting. Here are my streams. Yesterday 12. That's strange. I was streaming for 14 hours yesterday. Why does it say 11 hours 55 minutes? Did I get muted or did things get cut off? That is strange. June the 20th. I streamed for 14 hours. I remember because it was a new record. Is this some kind of maxing streaming? Like 11:55, 11:55? Do they cap at 12 hours? Or 11 hours? I gotta check. Does this end before I... Yeah, this probably ends right in the middle of work. That sucks, dude. Why didn't YouTube inform me about this? They should send me an email and saying your stream was longer than 12 hours, we're cutting it off or something. So no, so I don't repeat this. Okay, well, I'm just gonna adjust to that. So I'm not gonna make streams longer than 11 hours, and at 11 hours I will start to round off the stream, I guess. So I have 50 minutes to do that. For now. I might change the streaming platform. Getting angry. I need to calm myself down. yeah, get back to work. Yeah, I agree. The problem is that I can't call anything that is worth bragging about. Showing off. I am not proud of most work that I have done before. But please help me understand and improve my Here is a incredibly novel project I'm running, streaming every day all of my thoughts and work for Java Plus. Please check it out to learn more about me so you can help me find a solution to the fastest path to income. I'm opening up here. I don't need to talk about the job specifically, but the context of this, like this AI chat session is loaded with a pre-context, well, with the context of I'm getting a job. So you still have that. I wonder how much research it can do. I always do unusual things. That doesn't mean I'm proud of it. Yeah, long-term, yeah, sure. Long-term commitment, high tolerance for difficult work, ability to work independently, transparency, documentation habits, strong intrinsic person. Yeah, great, I know. Don't people know this about me? Like, don't they assume this about me? Or ask to find, like, at least suspect this about me from everything, like, when I talk to them? Yeah, maybe. I get the touch international. It's not like this is a couple of create my yeah. And below that feels yeah. I'm not sure. Empathy, yeah, professionally, but that's in the CV. That's not in the stream. That's already in the CV. This is where the ChatGPT is struggling here. It's trying to both be useful and be like trying to say what I want to hear. And I think it's entering an error state or something. Yeah, this sidetrack. Back to the idea of the AI matching AI, because this AI matching AI can get so much context from you. Actually, I should point this out. Can get so much context from you that it can understand what you're good at that you don't know that you're good at. And these things you don't put in the CV because you think that's just obvious, or it's just things that I do. I think that might be one part of why many people don't get a job. In my case, it might be Research for the company that wants a future civilization. Those companies exist, but they are rare. Meanwhile, you need to come now. Manufacturing missions, finding where your existing evidence is stronger. Document everything I know about you. I see 3 layers, 6 paths. Once of the developer passes. But I'm not allowed to look for only software jobs. Here, Arvis Million says 3 I have to 3 work I cannot be system developer. And I have to look for 6 jobs, at least 6 jobs, and 3 of them cannot be developer. So if I would follow their suggestion, then 3 software jobs per month I would look for. Obviously I can look for more jobs, but and that I do. I also do 6 applications for other jobs to make sure that I get at least 3 that they approve of. So keeping it real safe. As safe as I can. Software developer, yeah. But I'm not. I call myself the second best software developer. The second place on job applications. I think a lot of companies want to hire me, but then they see, oh, he hasn't really he hasn't done a lot of work in software, and he is missing basic stuff. So it's not like I don't know everything about Git or something, or I don't know. I haven't diving deep. Like I'm not a programmer. Like I'm not a. I might be a lead programmer, but I'm not a. No, I'm not a lead programmer either. Something else. As someone who's working with the lead program. That was the second part of the protocol. A bit too late. 1 hour and 30 minutes too late. I should probably after an hour I should make it so that it's ready 90 minutes after wake up when cortisol is down. Okay, get back to work. Software developer path 1, AI consultant for small businesses. Yeah, probably say it's basketball clients with less predictable. I've tried this. Well, but it's not. It's like I don't have a good offer. I don't feel like I have a good offer because I need to know exactly what I'm doing, because for small companies, small business who don't know AI, they don't know anything. They don't know anything of what they should be doing. So I need to come with all of the necessary knowledge. It's like I need a partner or something. Like I need a lead engineer to work with. And then we can make the systems for the client and make sure it has all the basic stuff. Cybersecurity and all of this stuff. I could explore it as I go, but my honesty, there's something about my honesty, like it repels people. I don't think it's the honesty. Maybe it's more probably something like oversharing part. Like kind of talking too much or something. Content plus development. Your stream project is potentially valuable. The challenge is that artists cross usually much slower than Java. Research likes to consider the front load to also chance to large amounts and others was highly. Yeah. Yeah, this is it has potential, but it's not the fastest path. A different way to view your stream. Also single contest or single evidence. Well, this AI doesn't know what I'm thinking about this stream, apparently. For the last year, that's not the fastest path. I have not even streamed for a month. Are you telling me the fastest path to income is 11 months? A portfolio? That's interesting. I never thought about creating my own kind of portfolio from scratch. I've been thinking, okay, I can write these or the software things that I've done, or gathering documents and showing what I've done, researching, the little research in psychology that I've done. Years of running, like, maybe I have years, actually. The house editor is actually good. It's not. I don't fit in a box. That's. Maybe I should dictate this. Can I use this? The problem is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It wasn't able to. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe OBS has taken control of the mic. Maybe I can use this mic. Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was talking. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. What if we might need to restart the whole thing? Oh, now we can choose. 1, 2, 3. Cool. The problem or the challenge is that I don't fit in a box, and you are trying to cut too much to put me in a box. You get that that my CV is or that my stream demonstrates a lot of capabilities, and that I've done a bunch of stuff, and you suggest software developer as the first path. But the problem with software development is that I am always on the second place if you compare me to someone who has studied computer science. I've studied cognitive science for 3 years, and after that I studied app development. And I can definitely become a junior developer somewhere. But I cannot compete with someone who has spent 3 years on computer science, focusing on writing efficient algorithms, learning to know better troubleshooting tools, more languages. They are simply more fit to put in the box of software developer. And in the previous message, when you were looking at my ambitious visionary CV, you said that my strategy works on early stage startups, founders, R&D organizations, visionary technical leaders, companies building new platforms, robotic companies, AI infrastructure companies, deep tech companies, companies looking for future CTOs rather than employees. And I think you are definitely correct here, because I have been basically, I've been the CTO 2 months. 2 months ago I started kind of I started collaborating with an AI startup, but they didn't have any money. So my demands was that we would need to make money in 2 months, otherwise I'm gonna quit. Kind of, that's ish how it was. So I quit that position without making any money. And I also got, during that period, I talked to a startup who needed a CTO, and he suggested that he wanted to hire me as a CTO, but he also didn't have any money. So, and that piece of work was too far from game development and too far from, so instead of working on that, I worked on the other. Can I continue dictating? I think I can. But now I need some sound for my headphones to keep going. Here's something I can listen to. This is good. Music and caffeine, that will get me into maybe some kind of flow state. Right. I think that you are missing the point when you are thinking about where my strategy fails, because then you're going back to the standard way of thinking and not thinking of solving the problem for me individually. But you are definitely correct in that I need to show proof of concept, not just proof that I can work, but actually reach results. And that I have many things I can put as accomplishments. But you also mentioned that I've developed NPC AI professionally, served as a Scrum Master, founded studios, built multiplayer and cloud infrastructure. These things are the things from the CV that you read, so they are already in the CV. So the CV doesn't need to be updated with this if it's already in there. But you suggest I write a evidence of execution, like a portfolio. That's an interesting idea to do. Is this a standard thing to do, or are there kind of guidelines on how to do it? Or even better yet, can you write this for me? The AI doesn't. I don't think the AI quite understand what being in a box or outside the box means. It kind of it has a superficial understanding of it, yes. Yeah. Packaging is about putting yourself in a box. I gotta create a box. Maybe that's what it is. I need to package myself, which is basically selling. Packaging and marketing and selling. What I honestly think so far is that the problem is you are saying that the problem is that labor markets are built around boxes. Yes. And the whole successfulness of a system is to be efficient in categorizing, to make decisions fast and operate fast. So you want someone who can both fit inside your current structure and learn the system, or preferably already know the systems that are used, so that the business can be efficient ASAP and make the onboarding process as short as possible, and basically not needing a lot of learning time for the new employee. And you also want to offload your own working memory. If you can easily categorize, if you have a bunch of CVs from people or contacts, and you can easily categorize a person as a software developer, or easily categorize this person doing this in a box that you already have in your mind, then it is a great fit from the perspective of the employer. And as we've noticed, the problem I have is that there is no box that I'm fitting in, and there is no the box that I might fit in is something that needs to be created in order for a company and the system of the company to work efficiently. So what I see the challenge going forward is actually to create the box that I fit in, because, or understand where it is. But I think what I've been trying to do is to say who I am and let other people put me in a box, which is a job category box or job role category box in a company. But I think that there might be a box that a company owner or founder or someone who has a very large perspective can see, because they can see these larger boxes where they can put a person, and if they have a set of tasks that needs to be done that require responsibility, if they can find someone who has the capability of growing into that role, and if they have this large box together with some time to invest, then they can give me time to grow into that role. And I just think that these positions are rare, and if I want to look for a job that is a great fit, this might be a good way. But I can take another approach that kind of contradicts this, and it is to create my own box. To basically package myself into a box and sell the box. And this relates very closely to the problem that you mentioned before, that the problem is not my experience or knowledge, the problem is that I'm not selling. The problem is sales. And yeah, things are like round. Can you see how things are related to all of this? That basically it seems like the best, shortest path is to package myself into a box and then sell the box. So basically there is a company that has some problem and they don't know how to solve it, partly or immediately because they don't know the box that they need. So they don't know who to hire for the solution. They both need the person in the box, but they also need to have the understanding of this box that this person fits in. So a company that has both of these problems, that might be where I fit in. And reasoning from this first principles point of view, I can clearly see that the CV is not the solution, because the CV explains who I am in order for someone who already knows the box to put my CV into that box to hire me. But if the problem is that the company is actually missing the box itself, then they don't know the content of what the box should contain either, or how to evaluate or review it. So they need a different perspective, where like I need to present a box to them that solves their problem, because if I present an empty box that can solve their problem, I explain like what they need, and then I show them my CV showing that I fit in this box, I basically shoot myself in the foot, because I should not, like, I should convey the same information showing that I am the right person for the job, but I should not do it in a way that I present a CV, because that basically creates a different situation. It creates an unnecessary question in the employer, where basically I educate them for free. I have to educate them for free regarding what box they need, because nobody's gonna pay me to tell them what box they need. because I don't have the credentials, I don't have the CV proof of concept. But if I package myself into the box and I focus on presenting the box instead of myself, then I both eliminate this shooting in the foot principle by saying like, this package is basically the same as me. Then I don't separate the box from me, and I also make it easier for the employer to make a choice, since they don't have to make two choices. The two choices would be, is this box the right solution to solve my problem? And the second decision is this person the right person to be in this box? And instead I make it easier for a company by saying, oh, here is the box, it is a package, it's a closed box, you don't need to know what's in it, it just solves your problem. And this is basically a combination of the two parts of work, where I define what kind of box they need, but I also put myself into the box and I close the box and I sell the box. This makes it easier to sell it as well, because selling is always about making things easier, communicating very efficiently and not over explaining, and focusing on what value it gives to the company or the buyer. Let me know what you think about this philosophy going forward. I think that was genius. I don't know. I think that was a genius reasoning. First principle reasoning. I don't know where it came from. Probably a combination of caffeine and priming myself with all of the other stuff regarding the job market and everything. Let's see what it says. I'm gonna take a toilet break while this processes. That was a good... I got some ideas. I think I'm on the right track here. And I also think... Oh, what's the other idea? That I'm at the edge. Doing this talking with AI is improving my communication, and it helps me realize that I'm really good at first principles thinking, and this leads to that I'm good at frontier companies who wants to be at the edge frontier companies that wants to build the future, not just do what is done today, tomorrow, but to do something different tomorrow, and in doing that becoming the best at what they do. And that is being at the edge. Being at the edge is being at the best at what you do. I think you're getting closer to the actual problem. Great, thanks for creating rapport. But I would make one adjustment. Thanks for being critical. I don't think the problem is that companies are missing a box. You don't? That would be great if that's true. I think the problem is that companies don't buy people, they buy risk reduction and outcomes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like yeah, I like this. It's get it out to business directly. This is really the friction point, like the missing part. It's basically trying to teach me sales. Yeah, I was thinking about this when I was recording the message, that I'm putting myself, like, thinking about too much about the box. Is missing the value of the box. The value is actually inside the company. It's not in the box. The box is a key to the value, the unrealized value of the company. There's a mental model here. There's some understanding that needs to be downloaded into my brain. And it's connected to sales. It's basically the main sales thing. And that's, I'm gonna show you something. I want to share with you this guy, Alex Hormozy. He's giving an advice here. This is a bit of a sidetrack, but it's all related to sales, and especially learning sales. Alex says, I'm obsessed with finding single behaviors that create multiple good outcomes. Here's the most underrated one I found: go to bed on time. Sounds obvious, but bear with me. If you go to bed on time, you don't drink, so no UEI. You're not endlessly doom scrolling and watching the third episode in a row of trash TV. You're not walking around at 2 AM so you don't get mugged. You're not driving tired so you don't wrap your car around the pole. Yeah, all of these are avoided by going to bed on time. TLDR, nothing good happens after 10 PM. That is untrue. There's a lot of innovative and especially creative thinking and doing after PM. But Alex is not, like, the products that he's making are incredibly creative in a sense, but they have very little cultural, I don't know, they're not, like, his old shtick is quantity before quality. But it's like he's picking some piece of quality that has great quality, but it's very small, and then he just multiplies it so much that you barely notice if it is, like, as a cultural person you probably wouldn't listen too much to Alex. Anyway, he's saying nothing good happens after 10 PM. On the other hand, if you sleep at the same time every night, so your sleep quality compounds, your body composition improves, your decision... Okay, slight sidetrack here. I completely agree. this is something that Brian Johnson always talks about. Sleep is the #1 performance enhancer, mentally and physically. And it also, this kind of thing, to learn how to go to bed on time, it's not something that you learn from a job coach. A job coach doesn't get, like, it feels too intimate to force someone or improve someone to talk about sleep. Job coaches in Sweden, I've never heard a job coach asking me about sleep when I go to bed, or how long I sleep. Fixing things like sleep time procrastination, I think that's a big thing. Anyway, your decision quality goes up, your ability to learn increases, you live longer, you're physically stronger, you're less likely to get sick. One behavior, dozens of disasters avoided plus dozens of benefits. So here's what most people do: set an alarm for when they wake up. I found the opposite to be significant more powerful. Set your alarm for when you go to bed. That's what Brian Johnson also does. Kind of. I don't think he needs an alarm at this point, but do that and you'll wake up naturally, because you can't oversleep when you go to bed at 9 p.m. Well, maybe it's right, maybe it's not right. I sleep 12 hours, but I think I just gotta, like, there's some, personally, I'm missing some kind of confidence to say, like, okay, I'm accepting that I need to sleep 12 hours a day. I feel so much pressure from culture that says you need to sleep 8 hours a day. That's like what you need minimum. And then people sleep like 7 or 8 or 9, and sleeping 10 hours, that's like, nobody sleeps like that. And then I come in and say, I need 12 hours. And people will just say, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure you need 12? 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 I'm not sure I need 12. That's what happens. Anyway, so I think I just gotta go with, like, going business minded and somehow get the confidence to think, like, to somehow solidify this axiom. I sleep 12 hours a day. That is my standard. So anyway, I gotta add, like, since, yeah, he's talking about 8 hours of sleep. So now I'm sidetracking a lot, but I'm still gonna come back. I'm talking about sleep since he's talking about that, but his name, Alex Hormozi, is connected to sales, and I'm gonna get back to that. 12 hours, what's delta? 4 hours. So 9 p.m. plus 4, no, minus 4, obviously. Because you need to go earlier. 5. I need to go to bed at 5 p.m. And that creates another problem. Like, who the fuck goes to bed at 5 p.m.? In Swedish time, that's 1700 hours. Yeah, my abnormal sleep rhythm just... I'm not gonna go into this next sidetrack, but my situation leads to me pushing my circadian rhythm gradually. And I don't think it is a bad thing in previous society. I think it's a good thing to have people like guards or whatever. Like, if I have, in a primitive society where I live in a little tent and we have reindeers and we move around, having a person, like having people overlapping their wake and sleep time, so there's always someone, like it's randomly someone waking up awake during the night, that creates a random like protection against being attacked or used or someone take your reindeers at night. So it creates this culture that, like, I can't go there and take their stuff or doing something, because there might be someone who is awake. But if everyone living in a tent caring for reindeers always go to bed at 9 p.m., they are unconscious until 6 a.m., then the burglars, there creates a culture where, yeah, it's easy to do crime at that time. That's when you do all the crime. Like, I think my circadian rhythm is something that some people have. There are kind of guardians, maybe I'm kind of guardian kind of person, and maybe that's why I can be so honest and showing myself, and maybe something like that. Anyway, going back to the email, 8 hours of, I have to go on another sidetrack. There are chronological type. I'm gonna go on this sidetrack. A piece of research I have identified 4 different chronological types. Where this lion, it's 10 to 20%. They wake up from between 4 to 7, bedtime 8 to 9, and then the wolf wake up 8 to 10 and bedtime 1 to 2 a.m. The bear, wake times when sun goes up and bedtime when sun goes down. Okay, that's very interesting. That might be me, but the problem is during the summer here. That's interesting. Late morning, this is kind of now, and maybe when I'm most productive. Interesting. Maybe I'm a bear with 12 hours sleep. Wake time irregular. This is the dolphin. Wake time irregular, bedtime irregular, most productive late morning. Anyway, when I've done all of the tests, they always say I'm not any one of these types. So I don't fit in this box, in any of these boxes. Okay, so 8 hours of sleep is still 5 a.m. and you get a jump start and everyone else. I guess I don't need to wake up at 5 a.m. But anyway, better to do one habit with 10 payoffs than 10 habits with one payoff. Yeah, that's good. That's how I like to think of it as well. I call it abstraction. But it's not always abstraction, maybe. But it makes the habit more valuable, but also more complex to remember the payoffs of the habit. Because one habit, and then you have to list 10 payoffs in your mind in order to know why the habit is important. But if you have one habit that have one benefit, it's very easy to remember that habit and why you're doing it. So this line might not be completely correct in all times. Then he says, just one of the few things that has helped me. Also treat weekends and weekdays the same and it works even better. I agree, considering 104 weekend days per year, they add up. I don't get this one. Bedtime is that big domino. P.S. This has nothing to do with business and everything to do with how you operate as a person. But how you operate as a person has everything to do with how you operate a business. Here I'm thinking about the Japanese saying, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. Ooh, that gave me almost tears in my eyes. I don't know why, But I like that saying, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. So that's what I'm doing also. It makes things more complex because every time I do thing, I have to think about like how I have to think about the abstraction layer. Like, what does this thing mean? Like, how often I clean? What does this mean in other situations as well? Should I be a person that cleans often? Is this good to, in this dimension that I work, in this domain, not dimension, I meant domain. How you do anything is how you do everything. And just like he said here. So anyway, I like this guy. I've been studying his material for a long time and YouTube, and I've seen his success, and I've seen that he has something that I'm lacking, which is incredible sales skills. So when he had a offer to get his books for just paying the shipment costs, then I bought them. So I have 100 million offers by Alex Hormozi. I read through half of it, and it makes total sense how it works. But most of it are things that I've already learned from studying him, but I haven't incorporated into my life. I also have, so this is to create an offer. How to make offers so good people feel stupid saying no. That's great. And then I also got his 2 other books. 100 million leads. How to get strangers to want to buy your stuff. I've not started this one because this one is the offer one is to start, the best one to start with. And then the last one is 100 million money models. How to make money. And I think this is more about scaling up. This is to create an offer, I think. When it compares to the other books, this creates the offer that you can sell, the package that you can sell. The leads is how to get all of the leads to make this offer too. And then when you have the offer and the leads, you're starting to make money. And that's when you look at money models to actually make. And when it says how to make money, I think this book is not to get from zero to something. This is more like to actually get 100 million money models, like getting scaled up. There he is with his wife. I've heard they're getting a child soon. That's cool. Anyway, these are the only 3 books that I own. I've had many books in my life. I usually throw them away because of several reasons. But yeah, so these are the only books that I have, except for one book I borrowed at the library. So when I am going to decide to get into sales, that's when I have these ready. But right now, since it doesn't fit the time, because now I'm developing. I need to think like a developer, because when I start to read about sales and all of this stuff, it takes away my intelligence from working as a developer. Like just as I said before regarding the way you do anything is the way you do everything, this affects how I think and how I prioritize. And thinking like this means that quality is like long-term systems development, big systems, big complex things, like a game. That also the value of a game is the novelty and the culture. And this is the opposite of creating culture. This is about exporting culture or something. Like this is how to cut off pieces of culture that you don't need and just ship it. So I think, yeah, that's roughly the reason I have. This is the book I've rented at the library, 7 Good Habits. I've read a third of it, but I feel like this, first of all, it was written in the 90s. It is good. It is really good, but I feel like it's missing like the next level thinking. This is like, this limits the way you think. It makes you better at communicating, but it also limits your conversations to be like, it's a kind of a superficial book. So I don't know if I should continue reading it. I'm just reluctant. I think I'm gonna return it. So that was the sidetrack of money and sales that I think I'm missing. It's like a key component, and it makes total sense. Like my whole life, it's just me here talking to myself. I'm not talking to people. I don't meet people. I'm just here talking to the stream, and there's no viewers in the stream. It's like I'm not a natural salesperson. I'm good at sales if I try to do it. Well, I'm not good at sales, but it's tricky, because then I start to think about how I view money, and then I start to think about Jesus and my philosophy of unconditional love. And you cannot, money and unconditional love they don't work together. Like, money is a tool that you use in a situation where you lack unconditional love. So I just undercut the whole problem. Well, I try to undercut the whole problem by just following Jesus's principle, by having unconditional love. And then there's no need for money. But I'm saying that with a big question mark and uncertainty. Because I'm not satisfied with where I am, and I want to get a lot of money. I want to earn a lot of money. For several reasons. Like, it's not just, I don't want to have a lot of money. I want the freedom that comes with the money, obviously. Like everyone else. Not everyone else. Some people actually seem to be maybe able to follow principles that Jesus are talking about, and other people are talking about. Anyway, that was a sidetrack. Let's get back to making money, I guess. But now I have a philosophical uncertainty in myself. Yeah, it's a complex situation for me personally. Yeah, it trickles down. The problem trickles down. When I try to solve this problem and I'm getting close to a solution, I'm filling my working memory with ideas, with knowledge, until to find a solution to this problem. Then I realize, oh, this problem needs this problem to be solved. Then I start to fill up my working memory in order to solve this problem. And then I realize, oh, in order to solve this problem, I need to solve this bigger problem. I start to fill up my working memory. And now, somewhere here, when I start to fill up my working memory, I need to take away my working memory from this first problem. And then I also kind of question or remove the actual source of actually solving this problem up here. And then the purpose of going forward to solve this problem is just removed. because my working memory doesn't have the original driving force that started this, that I need to solve this problem. I don't need to solve this problem again, and this solve kind of dissolves, and since this problem dissolves, the sub problem here also dissolves, and since that dissolves, this problem dissolves itself. It's like a self-destructing problem. Like this whole making money in my life is a self-destructing problem. Like I don't need to make any money. I can just see what happens. I can just accept what happens. Anyways, so that's the problem. That's a big problem. It's a working memory problem. Working memory problems are, I guess, they're solved with dividing up the problem and working towards a solution to a problem without knowing if you even need the solution to the problem. It's taking a risk and solving a problem even if you don't know the whole picture. Anyway, this one, let's continue reading what ChatGPT has to say. It says, I think the problem is that companies don't buy people, they buy risk reduction and outcomes. Yeah, being useful to someone. The box is merely a tool for making that purchase easier. Yeah, it's a communication. You put things in a box to make quick decisions by making communication easier, because when you make communication easier, you can make decisions faster, even if your decisions become more stupid, but you become faster. A company doesn't really want a software developer. True? Well, I guess a startup who doesn't know that they really want results. They want someone who solves things. Like they imagine they have a problem. I guess, yeah, I guess it's correct, even for startups. They need they have a problem that needs to be solved and they think they solve it. So, yeah. They want feature X shipped before the trade show. Yeah. Some kind of deadline at least. A user story, like a valuable thing, not just code. The company doesn't really want a CTO. They want someone who can prevent us from making catastrophic technical decisions. Something like that. A company doesn't really want a consultant. They want somebody who can save us 20 hours per week. Yeah. But this is actually incorrect. This is why AI is hard to sell at this moment, because in Sweden at least, because in Sweden we don't have the capitalistic mindset of I need to grow, I need to be the best. We have the mindset of I need to keep my job. I need to have a purpose. I need to have work. People want work, but they don't want too much work, and they don't want effortful work. They want other people to see you work or something. They want other people to believe that you're working. So here it's like people in Sweden or companies in Sweden, they don't want to save 20 hours per week. Well, I guess if you look higher up, if you look at someone who's doing this 20 hours per week, like let's say a junior developer is doing this 20 hours a week, and then I come in and say, we can automate all of your work 20 hours per week. A junior developer who doesn't have a entrepreneurial or a capitalistic mindset, if they believe that the best thing that they can do is sell their time for money, then they think that, oh, this is gonna mean that I cannot sell my 20 hours, which is my product that I'm selling to my company. I cannot sell that anymore. I will get out of the job. So it's the opposite. It's the competition. Oh, that just blew my mind. The competition of AI automating companies or AI consultants are the workers. That is crazy. That really nails it. That's why an AI consultant has to sell to upper management, because upper management, like yesterday and before yesterday, when I'm the product owner and making sure I hit things in the deadline, I'm constantly thinking about how can I save time, how can I achieve things faster. That's why AI consult. That's in sales. I have been selling to the completely wrong people, or I've been networking with the wrong people. Okay, I'm starting to understand some things. But there are two things here in Sweden, and in a small company especially. You have relationships with your employees. Like you have, it's not necessarily a professional relationship. Completely professional. Like you care about each other. A boss might not want to fire their employees. And if things is going well and the employees are taking responsibility, if I start to automate something, if I talk to a boss about automating a task, what can it be? Inventory management or sending emails or something? Well, now I'm getting into a sidetrack if I actually can deliver that, like if can AI deliver that at a high quality enough? Not quite, in my opinion. But maybe some things can be automated. But now I feel a red flag here, because now I'm starting to think about solving problems that are not related, which would derail me from the success of making my game. Yeah, I do not want to go down this path. Okay, anyway. I could, but that's the path I've been going downwards for the last 2 months, and it didn't lead to money within those 2 months. So that's a red flag. That's like pouring out my bucket on the ground kind of thing. I really need some problem before I start to think about solution. Something like that. But there aren't any problems because people care about having work. Or maybe it can be a combination of, if I learn more AI technology, then I can easily identify these problems that can be automated. Something like that. Yeah, the job title is just a compression algorithm. What does that mean? Right. Yeah. Of all of the value that can be delivered, of all of these things, shipping feature, prevent from making catastrophic decisions. Maybe I should network more with leaders and hear about what problems they have. It's just listening to them and their problems, what they're worried about in the future, what they need. But it's gonna be, could be something. Now here's where you think it gets interesting. Most part people start with, I'm a software developer, then they search for companies needing software developers. Your approach is diverse. What problem exists that doesn't yet have a clean category? Then create the category. That's a fun way of thinking. Yes. It's also how many consulting businesses are born. Okay, great. The part I would challenge is this. I package myself into the box. I don't think you should package yourself. I think you should package the outcome. I agree. I should package the outcome. And that brings us even further from the task of improving my CV. That is not the fastest path to making money, to getting income. Income, outcome. That's cool. Income, outcome. Yeah, I should package the outcome. Yeah, it's teaching me sales skills. Good. Those are different. For example, weak. I am a cognitive system architect. Weak. Don't prioritize things. What does that mean? Correct. Better. I help founder-led companies turn ambiguous technical visions into executable roadmaps. It just, my working memory gets full there. It's just a bunch of words. I help founder-led companies. Okay. Turn ambiguous technical visions into executable roadmaps. That might actually be what I can do. That might actually be the value that I can deliver. Maybe I have found the box. Well, that's the... Okay, I just see it in a different way, metaphorically. Anyway. Better still, I help startups avoid hiring 3 specialists before they actually need them. Maybe I'm someone who can help startups, but at the same time I haven't made successful startups. So it's a red flag. It's not the people that should teach people to make startups are people that are successfully making startups, that have successfully made startups. They can give the actual advice and not lead someone astray. So, well, sure, I can create an executable roadmap, but I don't know if the executable roadmap will lead to good results. That's why I need to make my freaking game. Just Sweden, please just help me survive so I can finish this freaking game, so I can start paying taxes and improve society. And just put aside your ideas that I will not handle the economy just because I had a 30-year-old crisis 2019. Okay. And better still, it says, I help startups. Oh, I already read it. Now they understand the value. What I see from your history is, I wonder if I should start to record my message. Because I need to remember what I was thinking here and what I wanted to answer. Now I forgot about it. I also feel like maybe I should be thinking about other things that I could be doing. I have searched for enough jobs to get approved, I can search for more jobs, and that's why I'm on this sidetrack. Or talking to ChatGPT about getting me a job. But then the conversation switched to income instead of job. So we're kind of derailing from this part. But I guess it's a little bit of risk, but I think we'll just do that. Hey, I should be able to delete this. Yesterday I was able to just select these and delete, and then remove this drop down lists. Strange. Okay, well, June is done then when it comes to looking for jobs. I could fix these ones, but I'm not going to, because it would just waste my time. Just like before, I can do it whenever I need it. It's just saving time, business decisions. Actually, I should not change this one, because then suddenly everyone will change. I cannot change just one, so I'm just gonna check it. Good. A quick priority check before I think about income. These ones are easily done. Move things in corridor, easily done. Look at the stream, easily done. Check out emails, easily done. These are things I can do today, later, during golden hour, for example. Another thing that I realized that I want to do is return the book. Or should I start reading the book? Let's not spend cognitive resources, even make the decision, and not getting a task at all. Done. Great. Great. I don't even need to do it. Yeah, now I remember. Good that I took a little break, because here I was thinking, let's see. Well, I love that you're thinking about this in this way. I think we're definitely on the right track, and I feel like you're basically teaching me sales skills, which is what I probably need. There might be some other things that I need also. It does kind of collide with my current focus, which is to have the mindset of a developer in order to make my game, and the AI system to make the game. And what I think is that I don't have enough qualifications to easily package a solution. For example, starting to think about some company that might need a solution through AI, for example. I can find that, but that will take away so much of my focus from the developer focus in order to go into a kind of value delivery focus for a different company with different purpose, different tasks, and different things that needs to be done. I feel like that will derail me and lower the quality output of the game and of the AI system that I use to develop the game, and the house editor, for example, and the things that related to what I really am good at. I feel like I'm in a position where I should be focusing on developing and finishing these systems that I'm doing, so that I can put them on my proof of work part to increase my chances to later, after I've released my game, to then be able to deliver services, or if the game is successful, can make another game or make AI systems. I feel like this is where I am right now and what I need to do, but I still enjoy talking about the solutions because there might be some simple solution that would lead to income very fast. If I can identify some kind of small package that I can sell that has a small value, then and it's easy for me to do. Basically, finding the biggest bang for the buck kind of package, and then I can package that and sell that. That might be worth it to do. However, a second thing I was thinking about is related to this, which is, for example, your suggestion here. You said, better still, and quote, I help startups avoid hiring 3 specialists before they actually need them, quote. That is interesting, and the problem here is that I can for sure help create an executable roadmap. I love planning things and making sure that things are as good planned as possible. And what you said before, better still, you said better, and you said I help founder-led companies turn ambiguous technical visions into executable roadmaps, and I extremely align with that. I definitely feel like that is something that I can do incredibly well. However, I cannot produce, or I cannot show any green flags of actually delivering results on these executable roadmaps, because there are very few roadmaps that I have actually made into a successful outcome. And this is a huge red flag. I think that people that help startups to avoid hiring 3 specialists before they actually need them should be people that have successfully created startups. It should not be someone who loves making plans like me. So we're even though I definitely 100% align with this, I feel like, and this connects again to the focus of making my game and making my AI systems for the game. If I successfully make my game, if I successfully make my systems for the game, then I can go down this path. But there's another, kind of something that makes me uncertain, and that is that founders, usually the founders that I have met, do not have a lot of money. So I would have to make something valuable that is easy to understand for founders who are new, like they don't know what they really need. They're not experienced. If they are experienced, then they can already create executable roadmaps. Or I guess if they want to make sure that their plan is really good, then they can hire me to like critically analyze the roadmap to see risks and come with mitigation techniques. But now I also want to go on a sidetrack and say that I think that the best thing that founder-led companies can do is probably to use as much AI as possible instead of talking to me. So that's the next problem there, that I'm not sure if I can be completely honest when it comes to that. That is the next problem, which is a global problem on the money market, on all information markets, and later on all physical work markets. So it will be, it's a global thing that we're going through. So that makes the problem for me to make income even more uncertain of what I need to do, because AI is gradually going to take up all information work except the work of controlling AI. And robots will gradually take up all of the work of physically moving things. If I should look for a job, yeah, let's not go into that. Yeah. Companies. Okay, and another thing that you said, well, I said nobody's going to pay me to tell them what box they need. And here you said actually companies pay for that all the time. And you say the problem is what they call, and I agree with you that companies pay for that all the time, but my point is that nobody's going to pay me because I lack the green flags. I cannot show security. I don't know what it is. I cannot be certain what kind of box they need. I would need to get to know companies in a way, and also it's a combination of me lacking the standard structures in order to suggest the box that will not just create an executable roadmap but also create a very low risk of failure and a high risk of success, because I don't like my success rate is like 1% or something like that. It's not a good deal to get me to make the roadmap. It's a huge risk. It's better to choose someone else. That's why I'm saying nobody's going to pay me for that. They call it strategy, product leadership. I'm gonna little toilet break. I just realized that these streams that I'm making, I'm producing a lot of content, but nobody's watching. It contains a lot of, like, it's like I'm growing like a tree, and nobody watches a tree grow. But eventually it will lead to producing fruits. And if I continue growing this tree and keep the process of the tree growing process, the fruit will naturally just form, and that's when people are gonna come, and they're gonna come for the fruit. They're not gonna come for the tree. But the important part is taking care of the tree, unless you have a short-term goal. I don't know. But the metaphor was not what I was thinking about. The thing is, all of this stream creates raw content. It's like raw material, huge amount of raw material, and I can basically, all of these small nuggets of wisdom that I say can be extracted, clips. I can send all of these streams into AI and say, can you make good clips of small, like, wisdom nuggets or something? And then I can get like a bunch of shorts, I can get a bunch of clips, and this is something I've been thinking about before, is that I can feed all of this in and make kind of episode, a cut out kind of story of my journey that is edited more thoroughly, more in a extremely digestible format. Like, but the AI would need to figure out, okay, what story are we going to tell from this material? What angle are we going to do? Or I could pay someone on Fiverr, or pay some. I don't have any money, so I can't pay someone. But AI can figure out. AI would have to figure out what story are we going to tell in order to pick what clips we're going to cut out. Like, what is the story arc and whatever, and then it picks up these good scenes or whatever of when I'm talking, and then puts them together. But it's probably too much if I just am talking like this, like the stream is just me talking or showing something. So it probably needs some kind of break in order to tell a good story. Anyway, that was a sidetrack. Another sidetrack on that part is connecting to showing who I am, or a CV. Yes, I was thinking CV. I was thinking of doing something bold, like, well, for me it doesn't even seem bold anymore, but instead of for a job application, I don't send a CV, I don't send anything, I just send a link to a video, just a link to a stream. Like, if I can send a video, and then in the video I can say, hello company X, I saw you have an ad for this. This is my YouTube channel where I'm completely transparent, and I show you my knowledge about planning and AI and game dev and entrepreneurial philosophy, business philosophy, system thinking, whatever. It can be any kind of thing. And that would definitely stand out. And since I'm good at editing to make things efficiently communicative, it would probably do quite well. It's a next level of CV. Something that is a CV that is easy to digest. Well, it still doesn't solve the packaging issue. Like the company or the owner still might lack this package. Anyway, okay, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna read this stuff and then I'm gonna do, maybe I'll continue talking to ChatGPT, or I'll start to write a history of what I've been doing to rehearse my work, or I'll plan for what work I'm gonna do at golden hour. Actually, and I was thinking after exercise, and then I remember I have my system with micro movements. I have this my micro movement system is not, it doesn't have any timers. My idea was that I would gradually check down. Every time I check what the time is, I would check down if I need to do an exercise. So I need to create a new habit there. So 14:01 means 20:30 and 13 and 13:30. I missed the opportunities of doing those, and I do 14. But what I do now is actually I prefer to pick several and pick the one that is best, because some of these are 10 minutes workout when I become really sweaty, and right now I don't want to get sweaty, and I also don't want to exert my body because I've been training too much. So I only want to do things that are like healthy. I can go do Qigong, shaking and bouncing. That's kind of good. Cat-cow spinal wave feels like the right thing to do. Or maybe I'll do both Qigong and cat-cow. Ape squats to stand. That might also be fun to do a couple of them. Animal crab reach. Maybe I'll do all of them. So now it's a training break. I love this music, by the way. It's such a good music to get to this big mindset. Qigong, shaking and bouncing. This one is easy. I'm gonna pause the music. Actually, no, I'm gonna let the music play. And that's it. That's shaking and bouncing. Yoga, cat-cow spinal wave. You see, this is 18 minutes long. It's a whole program. This is a good program. I want someone who is... I want something more recent. Yogic yoga. I have Sunny. I need to see the video. No. That's good, that's enough. I was learning something new, so can't spend too much time there. That was moved through the day. That took 10 minutes. That's too long, but I learned something. Learned a new movement. Then it's and I had skipped a few, so that's good. Okay, what was I talking about? Okay, I was saying nobody's gonna pay me to tell them what books they need. Companies do that all the time, but they're not paying me to do that all the time. The problem is that they don't call it that. That's not the main problem, but whatever. They call it strategy, product leadership, fractional CTO, technical advisor, system architect. Like this best. That's very easy to understand. Innovation consultant, that's kind of cool. Hype word. Technical due diligence. That's very technical. Product discovery, that's also good, high level. The agent whether the company pay for the design box issues credibility. Yeah, that is what I said. A founder with 2 successful exits can charge 3,000 an hour for helping define the box. Strainer cannot. Service is identical. The perceived risk is different. Yeah, not just the perceived risk, the actual risk is different. This is why I think your stream is more important than you realize. That's the point. That's the point of the stream. To make something that is much more important than I realize. Not because it proves it can work, because it potentially proves methodology. Suppose after hundreds of thousands of hours, if I stream an average of 10 hours a day, I guess that's just 10 hours. 10 days. I wonder how many hours I have. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that sidetrack. I'm gonna get an average. Come on. Average per day. I'm gonna get an average per day, I think, or average per week. Okay, well, I started with just 1.5 hours. No, I last week I calculated to 64. I wrote it on Facebook. And at Thursday I made a post, no, Friday. 64 hours of streams every week. $64 hours per week. Next week I can calculate to get a better average. 64 hours per week. And I've streamed for almost 2 weeks. I probably have 100 hours. I have to calculate. because if I reach the 100 hours mark, I'm gonna just be slightly happy. Let's take the minutes first. 25. It actually is more than the streams here because they cap out at 12 hours, whatever. 25 plus 6 plus 12 plus 38 plus 56 plus 29 plus 29 plus 18 plus 10. I could also ask AI if you can figure it out. 10 plus 4 plus 28 plus 31 plus 13 plus 58 37 plus 9 plus 20 plus 29 plus 55. This is incorrect, this is more. Plus 37 plus 49 plus 55. This is also incorrect. And today 41 699 minutes. That's 11 hours 65 plus the amount of hours. Let's go back here then. 1 hour plus 7 hours plus 9 hours plus 9 plus 5 plus 8 plus 0 plus 8 plus 9 plus 0 plus 5 plus 0 plus 6 plus 8 plus 4 plus 8 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11, and this is more, plus 10 plus 10, and this is more, plus 11, and this is more, plus 4. So, and it's at least 2 more hours, because this stream was actually 14 hours and this wind stream was more than 12, but I'm not sure what it was. That's 171 hours I've streamed already. I didn't know it was that much. I passed the 100-hour mark, that's cool. I don't have hundreds, but I have 100+ hours of stream work. I can discern how I break down problems, how I prioritize, how I design systems, how I evaluate trade-offs. Yeah, all of this is in the raw material of the streams. Selling the Tistou method. It's not a box yet. Like, it still needs to be packaged, you know, in order to be the Tistou method. The problem with the Tistou method is that it's hyper agile. It's maybe it's even more agile than hyper agile. Tistou AI method, no. Let's see if I can continue recording. Yes. So it sounds good. It sounds like a potential idea of selling the Tistou method. How I break down problems, how I prioritize, how I design systems, how I evaluate trade-offs. But it really needs to be packaged in order to be the Tistou method, in order to be a box. And that is definitely a huge piece of work. And one of the kind of main problems or challenges, let's say, is that I am hyper agile. Like, the real Tistou method is like, it's like it contains like my philosophy regarding methods overall. Like, what is a method, and when should a method be broken? When should you think outside the box?
or something like that. When should you not create a box? When should you not create a system? What is the philosophy behind a system, and what are the negative aspects of a system? What are the positive aspects of a system? Maybe something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm extremely agile and innovative. Like there's no such thing as the Da Vinci method, because he was inventing new things all the time and improving his own methods all the time. So maybe it can be put in a box, maybe it can be sold. I'm gonna leave it at that regarding my thoughts of that part. And then AI says, the thing I would investigate is this: you repeatedly attracted opportunities where people wanted your thinking but couldn't pay. Oh yeah, that's correct. Inexperienced people. Well, maybe free-thinking people also. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know. It is people who think in startups. I think it's people who want to create their own system, to create something new. They don't want to follow a rule book. They want to create something new. Because you can get a coach, like if you have money, you can get a coach to tell you what to do. And they have all the green flags of a bunch of successful projects of using their method, or they have developed their methods for all these successful projects. And then it makes sense to follow them, to follow their method. But they will have a different kind of perspective, or a different kind of a stronger structure, and they will offer you the structure. Maybe it depends on the coach. Like, coaching is really diverse, but I guess a part that I can come with is that I don't have a system. I'm not gonna force a system. I want to give gold nuggets, like understanding what might be needed and give a little gold nugget. A little gold nugget, a little gold nugget, a little gold nugget. Not sure. I want to add some information regarding what you said. You said that I have repeatedly attracted opportunities where people wanted my thinking but couldn't pay. That is correct. But these people, including a person who actually hired me to work in a game studio, they all are inexperienced, and they didn't know if hiring me, like they didn't really know how to run things. And yeah, one of them is successful, the other ones are not successful yet. So I don't know, like the success rate there after I've been there and done my thing is not proven yet. It has a bad rate of success. And I think, like, sure, people wanted my thinking, but these were people that probably wanted thinking from other people that are even better, but they couldn't pay, so they had to settle with something free, which was me. And that is yeah, that's not the outcome that I want. I don't want to work for free unless there's a very fast return on investment, so I actually get paid, or get some kind of power or resources quickly. Like within 1 or 2 months is when I want to get paid. But yeah, the people that wanted my thinking are startup people that have not started up anything before. It's their first startup. And I'm there because, yeah, I was doing my best, offering my knowledge and helping, but I'm not sure if I have proven my value yet there. I'm not sure if that can be packaged yet. Maybe, maybe not. People see value. The constraint is the people who see value don't have money. Yeah, those are different problems. Yeah. So if I were reasoning from first principle, I wouldn't ask what job title should I apply for. I would ask, what is the smallest, easiest to understand outcome I can sell that naturally grows into the larger role I want? I like what you are saying regarding the question that you suggest, which is, what is the smallest, easiest to understand outcome I can sell that naturally grows into the larger role I want? And here I want to add in that I don't really need a job. I just want income, and I want to do what I want to do. So I would edit it a bit to what is the smallest, easiest to understand outcome I can sell that naturally grows me into the career path I want. Or I'm not sure if career path means having a job, because I would much rather run a company. Selling, I will spend 1 week identifying the 3 biggest technical risks in your startup. It's much easier. And after you've done that successfully, you have to become the person, the car for large responsibility. In order to say, sell as a person, jobs as a category, offers as an outcome. That's a good perspective on things. A CV sells a person, like an individual. The CV sells an individual. The job title sells a category. Yeah. It depends on what you're looking for. And the offer sells an outcome. Yeah. Given everything you told me, I suspect the offer is the piece your business, not the CV and not together. Yeah. Message limit reached. Let's take the whole conversation to Gemini. And then I have to send Should I save this? I feel like I save this. I can attach it as a file. I can send the CV and this CV and this one. And where is it? That one. And in this conversation I have the link to my stream. This is gonna be cool. This might be a really cool thing. Let's make sure we have the right model. All around help extended. I just got an idea that maybe I should sell kind of this process that I'm doing using a browser AI. Like, it's very simple. You don't have to learn a lot of new stuff as a company to utilize this. I just need to like identify the target customer, the price, and package it. Should I write this idea down? Can I just, let's see if I can add this. I just got one idea for a package, which is to help a company to start using AI, like using Gemini in the browser or ChatGPT in the browser, or using Claude in the browser, or using these tools, because it doesn't require me to develop any system, which doesn't require me to be a lead software engineer, which doesn't require me to have computer science knowledge, and instead it's good with this knowledge of how AI is used, or the theoretical understanding of the technology behind AI that defines the limitations of AI tools and the capabilities of AI tools, to see what problems can be solved and how they are solved. That might be an offer I can give. That might be my offer. So that's one suggestion. Let's see. Okay, we've got quite the stuff here. Based on your detailed analysis of how standard labor markets rely on rigid boxes. Based on your detailed analysis of how standard labor markets relies on rigid boxes. Your conclusion is entirely correct from a first principles perspective. The standard CV is a tool for an existing category, whereas an innovative multidisciplinary operator must sell a package outcome. I am an innovative multidisciplinary operator. I'm an innovative multidisciplinary operator. I must sell a package outcome. Your core constraint, maybe I can help people that are like me. Artist kind of people that have the same problem. They can't get a job and they don't understand why. And their CV is good, but they don't have... Yeah, that might be something. Another idea I have is that I could potentially sell something to people who have the same problem as me. That their CV is not fitting into an existing category and they can't get a job. but they need an income. And maybe I can help them find an income through this process that I'm doing right now with AI. Not sure, because it feels a bit hypocritical or something. Like, not hypocritical, but it feels very wrong, because if this process leads me to give this process to other people, then it feels like the same kind of wrong thing as a pyramid scheme, that this process might not help them reach their potential and reach income unless they actually teach this process further, which creates this pyramid scheme. And even if this doesn't happen, maybe they will not get any income at all, even though they follow my system. So I feel a bit reluctance there, but this might be mitigated by me offering this service for free for 5 people, and then seeing and improving the process, seeing if it is a worthwhile product to package and sell. And then after that I have recommendations, proof of work, etc., etc. So that's one idea. Good. It's I was scared this was, I'm gonna copy it anyway. Okay. Oh, now I'm getting ideas. Yet another idea that I've had for a while is to actually sell a AI system, which is a personal assistant that either runs on local inference on a server on Hetzner, or it's a server on Hetzner that connects to some API solution to get the AI even smarter. And this AI would be connected through Telegram or some other service to the customer's phone, and they basically own this server. They own their own AI, so they own their own data, and they can request more updates or features. And I don't know if I can spend a lot of time developing new features, but maybe I can create some kind of AI companion where you basically own all of the data and nobody is listening to you, and you can safely converse with it about anything. And you can choose your own model. You can choose which API you want to use. You could choose if you want to use Grok or use Gemini or Claude or whatever. And that could be a product to sell as well. Not sure what the target audience would be. That would be one of the biggest challenges, I think, along with deciding what features it should have to get the smallest MVP that I could sell, basically. The MVP to sell. Let's save this. Okay, your chorus rate, the music is ending now, so I'm gonna need something more spontaneously, if you like this one, I don't know. And then when this ends, might do exercise, we'll see, or plan, or history.
Standard CV2 is a tool to the core constraints. I don't want this music, I don't want this state. I want the previous state. This is more similar. This is also big space music. Or maybe this one. I think this is more spiritual. This one. This is a good packaged product. This little satellite. Maybe this music will help me find a way to package something that looks like this flying iPhone here. Your core constraint is protecting your developer focus. I just realized what I need to do when it comes to writing the history. I should keep links to all the conversations that I had so I can come back to this on the next Sunday. This is my personal drive, and I guess we'll go into economy folder. And this is gonna be a paradigm shift, because my economy folder used to be filled with only this stuff. I don't think I've ever had like a business idea or something in this folder. Only like survival kind of things. How to survive and budgeting. And actually my job searching folder is not in here either. That's interesting. What do I call income? That is the purpose of this folder. Creating income. Some kind of history. What do I call it? Okay, yeah, let's just start there. First principle thinking. What did I start the day with? Don't know. But right now I'm doing this. ChatGPT ran out of free messages. Started chat with Gemini. That's the history now. This is something that I like. The standard CV is a tool for an existing category, whereas an innovative multidisciplinary operator must sell the packaged outcome. Your core constraint is protecting your developer focus. Yeah, the core constraint. Diving into deep, open-ended consulting. Actually, let me get the link to this chat conversation so I have that here.
And then during that conversation, a lot of things happens. Good. Diving into deep, open-ended consulting. Yeah, that's what I don't want to do. That's what I've done the past 2 months for free. I can do that if I get paid, but not for free. Or taking on a traditional corporate role will derail the high-quality execution required for your independent game pro, local multi-agent orchestration, and cloud infrastructure projects. Yeah, that's pretty much it. To secure predictable income within 1 to 2 months without sacrificing your company structure or creative independence, you need to define the smallest, easiest to understand product-size boss. The MVP. The MVP of money. New target. My MVP products. The fastest way to income that doesn't derail me. That's the wrong focus. That's a like psychology manifestation focus. If I put this last part of the sentence into my mind, I will be thinking about derailing. And I should not think about derailing. I should think about railing. Fastest way to income and keep my momentum. During my path towards Jörn Mysterium success. Something like that. Something very small. The minimal. Like the MVP word or the acronym, it doesn't trigger minimal in my mind. Minimal is hard to understand. That's why I iterate it. Core constraint, developer focus, dividing into components. Derail the high quality execution required for independent game development, local multi-agent orchestration, and cloud infrastructure projects. I'm just gonna copy all of this in here. That's like the main thing to understand the new alignment. I kind of want to put it in a box. Or maybe it should not be in a box. Not yet. It should not be cut off from the rest of my thinking. The productized offer. The spec and architecture blueprint. Instead of selling your time, labor hours, or long-term CTO oversight, which invites long sales cycles and attracts unfounded founders, you can package a highly contained, high-value asset, a fixed scope technical audit, and specification. Would you want to buy that? Value. What is the value for the company? Like, really? It is the specification. It's some educational content about how I see things or my mindset, and a specification, which is a technical audit. It's fixable technical specification. The core outcome. I could potentially help people identify AI threats to their industry. DMV. Another idea is to sell the service of identifying AI threats to a company. The AI technologies that are emerging and the tools that will automate the process of a company to such extent that their customers will choose this new AI tool instead. And that is the specification. It might also include suggestions on application or pivots. But this is more risky since I don't have experience yet. Last part of this spec. It's 14:58, so I'm well past doing my micro movement. So I've got, I can do spinal cord breathing, qigong, or shoulder car. I kind of want to make shoulder cars because I just felt something in the back of my shoulder, but I'm not sure about like qigong is usually just much better at all of this. Spinal cord breathing. Tao Yin breathing. He looks happy. Oh, choosing between qigong and yoga. That's interesting. How long is it? 12 minutes. I'm gonna copy it for the maybe for the next Sunday. Oh, it shouldn't be a task. I don't share the audio because I can't, that would be copyright infringement, but you can see the video together with my cam. That was really good. In the beginning I felt like it didn't seem... He was skipping and adding his own things to Qigong. Like he skipped the energy compressing, and he did some other things. But it was good. It was good. I'll come back to that. I feel good. I feel strange also. I feel a bit tired. Strange. Adenosine buildup maybe? Because I've been thinking very thoroughly about things. Maybe my mind needs to consolidate memories, have a break. But usually what I do during this period is I push further. That makes me reach the next level of productivity and confidence. And it actually, the main value of pushing through is that after my working day is done, I tend to not waste my time, and I instead think sleep is like even more valuable, or I have more peace of mind if I push myself during the day. But yeah, that was great. Why doesn't it show a thumbnail? That's strange. It was great. This is really good. Okay. I'm still... This kind of history document is quite good actually to solve ADHD. But it is a practice. It's something that you feel like it slows you down, like bureaucracy and documenting and stuff. But it does help me realize, like, not just what I was doing talking to Gemini, but also getting a vector of where I was going towards, or what I'm doing now, to see where I'm going further. It's an alignment document, short-term alignment document, like a daily alignment document. So where were we? Another part, this is a little sidetrack, but another part of pushing through, like now I'm tired, I've been working for 5.5 hours. It would make sense for most people to take a little break, doing something, and then get back. But what I feel like is, if I push through, if I just continue working, I reach a kind of immortality kind of mindset. Like I reach a new level of confidence. Like I become more of a machine that can sustain myself. Like I become stronger, I just continue doing what I do regardless of what other people do. Like I become less dependent on other people, and I become more independent, successfully independent, not just being independent, but successfully independent with my own momentum, my own goal and my own plan and my own steady pace towards the plan, towards the goal. Okay, a specification, a fixed scope, technical audit, and the specification. That's the suggestion from Gemini. The core outcome, a definitive implementation ready system and architecture blueprint that turns ambiguous. I feel like I need, my legs should not be in this 90-degree angle all day. So I'm gonna do my own. I invented this kind of sitting. I have this chair where I remove the back here, and this edge that is slightly where I usually sit like this, I can sit like this. I can't sit like this forever, and you can either be adjusted back there or front here. It depends on what feels best. But it just gives a different, like, so you don't have this 90-degree angle that shortens and creates anterior pelvic tilt. So trying to get rid of my anterior pelvic tilt. Okay, let's continue. The core outcome, a definitive implementation ready system architecture blueprint. Question: which product should I choose? This is like the focus I have right now. There are several ideas. The core outcome, a definitive implementation ready system implementation ready system, okay. Architecture blueprint that turns ambiguous product visions into deterministic technical aspects. I could do that. That's what I'm doing all day, almost every day, every week at least now. It's what I like to do. A definitive implementation ready system architecture blueprint that turns ambiguous product visions into deterministic technical specs. The scope, a strict time-boxed engagement, a 3-day deep dive. My sprints are 3 days long. The target client, seed-funded startups or technical teams. Seed-funded. How do I reach seed-funded startups? Aren't all of those invisible? Seeds are under the ground. Or technical teams trying to scale complex data persistence layers. What even is a complex data persistence layer? What is a data persistence layer? What is a data persistence layer? The architectural component of an application that manages the storage, retrieval and modification of data. Why don't you call it the data layer? Okay. Okay. Easy. That's easy. data that is stored that is stored, not temporary. The layer that stores data. Well, it said something more. Storage, retrieval, and modification. Okay, good. It's like a kind of a study document now. I can come back to this and just rehearse. Okay, so they're trying to scale a complex data persistent layer, multiplayer cloud backends. I'm not sure. I can help them do it by talking. I can be like a project manager, but I can't come with the solutions. I can be Scrum Master, but they like I can come with suggestions and stuff. But agentic workflows, I don't know. Yes, currently bottlenecked by macro context drift. Yeah. Cool. I'm not gonna put that into the history. I should though, shouldn't I? Depends if I'm gonna go down that path to do that product. I haven't decided. Overcoming the track record paradox. You know the red flag, you don't want to sell sort of say that because you prefer architecture and planning over traditional historical record corporate exits. Product, I don't know, prefer. It's just I don't have that. A prototype specifications all this when you sell a long-term advisor role. The client is buying historical track record. When you sell technical spec blueprint, the client is buying pure logical validation. A blueprint is evaluated on first principles. Are the system boundaries clean? I can probably run a good meeting, maybe, with experts. If I solve my ADHD, so I don't go on the sidetrack, because that's what I do often. A blueprint is evaluated on first principles. Are the system boundaries clean? Are the API description stubs structurally sound? Are the local inference pipelines optimized for VRAM and latency? The value is fully visible inside delivery artifact itself, meaning your execution evidence like your existence. The idea of a technical spec is good, but I was thinking of something. I know. I could give like nutritional tips, like 10 grams of creatine, and that will improve performance of everyone. Like improving performance. That could be part of my Tistou thing, like doing these micro movements. What was I thinking? I was thinking about something. Damn, lost it. Two, protecting the sandbox, cognitive bounding. To ensure this package does not degrade your core game development output, workflow must be strictly compartmentalized. The creative window, your primary defocus states remain entirely insulated for core engineering, building game systems, automated tools, and your logical digital factory workflows. Administrative and delivery containment. All external client interaction, sales, outreach, scope assessment, and blueprint deliveries are compressed into a single dedicated operational block, such as a hyper-focused Monday schedule, situated cleanly outside your creative window. The closed box, because you deliver a fixed artifact rather than open-ended engineering hours. There is zero risk of mid-week client emergencies leaking into your core developer sandbox. You deliver the spec, collect the fee, and close the engagement. Designing the one-page outcome proposal. This framework translates your specific systems thinking into a cohesive. This framework translates your specific systems thinking into a concise, low-friction offer that bypasses traditional corporate hiring loops. Okay, good. The system architecture and interface spec audit. I like that one. System architecture and interface spec audit for early stage technical teams, navigating architectural ambiguity or integrating complex Oof, I just realized I can actually deliver value here for a low price. Maybe. But the price has to be really low to reach the founders that I've seen and met so far. The problem, many technical founders lose months of velocity because they write code before defining rigid system contracts. I don't know if that's true. It's like I've reached a state where my working memory is kind of at the limits, and I think many neuron cells have like, oof, I just understood something that might be true. I think many of my neural cells have been deprecated of their energy or their resources, so they cannot fire. They need recuperating. And I have two choices here. I can take a break, let the nerve cells recuperate, consolidate, and get back. Or I can push through, even though I will not have access to these nerve cells that have lost, like they're not ready to fire. And this sounds stupid first, but listen to this. What happens as a result? Other parts of the brain that have not deprecated all of the nutrients are enlisted to solve the problem. And these networks get trained to solve the problem. These kinds of problems. And this part of the brain now gets more easily ready available for use to solving a problem. I might be creating a smarter mind. If I do it correctly. Because then I have like this alternating, like maybe that's what I've been experiencing the last week, where I've been pushing myself, is that I gradually feel extremely productive, extremely like successful, that I'm using my time in a way that feels like this is the way to use my time in order to become successful. It's about using my time in a way that is efficient, actively trying to solve problems. And I think I've been pushing the networks further. Pushing my agenda further into several networks. And I think that increases the perspectives on the same problem from different points of view, from different networks in the brain, looks at the same problem. And when all of these networks are tired and deprecated, the only way forward, if I push, is to find what else can I connect that can help with this. And then I connect that network as well to my core kind of ambition and project. And then after resting, I have access to all of them plus this new one. So then I can exhaust all of this one. I have more stamina, mental stamina, to work towards this goal. And when I reach that level of exhaustion, I can even then get even more neurons to adopt and join for my cause. But there still needs to be consolidation at the right time. The question is, when is the right time for consolidation? When is the right time for sleep? When is the right time for rest? When is the right time to let the brain wander? When is the right time to look out the window and just relax? And just let everything settle. To not use the executive functions to direct the mind, but to let it wander. Maybe these are small breaks, like a bathroom break. Yeah, maybe. Also, I think pushing myself like this means I'm not doing micro relaxations or pushing myself like this means I'm not consolidating, which probably means a buildup of adenosine, which probably, like, it increases my want and need to sleep. And this connects to what I was talking about earlier in the stream, that pushing myself like this makes it easier for me to not spend time on social media and scrolling. Instead, I have a more buildup of adenosine maybe, and more networks, like the whole brain. It's not like I have this part of the brain that needs rest and these parts don't need rest. And I think my brain is then like, I want to be activated. My network want to be activated. I want to also, like, a kind of freedom, like networks, maybe something like that. And then I have turned to social media, scrolling on TikTok, using this brain to relax, or like ideas to flow wherever, but probably avoiding this space where I have the adenosine buildup or the neurons that need consolidating. But if I push myself, I push this network and I push this network, and when that's out of resource, I push this and I continue this. I get more done during the day, even though I'm slightly more stupid. If I'm trying to do a task that this network is usually good at, then I'm trying to do it with this network instead, or mostly, like some neurons here maybe recharge, but then I empty the whole brain of all of the resources. And then it's just, there's no desire for any network to want to become activated. There's no network that says, I want to be activated, but I don't know what I should do. Can you just scroll social media so I can do something? That's why people who don't scroll social media are people who use up their mind. Maybe it's something like that. Anyway, for me that seems to be true. So my decision final for how I'm gonna do it is like, I'm just gonna push through, and I'm not gonna rest unless I have to, unless I'm forced to, until it becomes bedtime, and then I'm allowed to rest, which means I will look forward to it. I would start loving the bed and not even think about social media. That's my new strategy. There are so many gold nuggets in this stream. Came up, what do I call this? Mental exhaustion, mental exhaustion, and pushing my brain. Good to train more networks to take over, and good to train more networks to work together. Good to fill brain with adenosine globally. Good to create a higher desire for sleep. More networks are depleted of resources. They all need sleep. No network wants to scroll social media. I go to bed. I only relax my brain when I have to at bedtime. I start loving going to bed since my brain is aligned towards going to bed. Result, I get more time, productive time using my brain continually all day, non-stop, small breaks, and I have to. Results, I might perform a little worse at times when a network good at a task is neglected, and it might seem better to rest, to take a break, to recoup that network. But I might perform a little worse at times when a network is good as it's depleted, but and networks not yet trained takes over and does their best. They probably get better every time I push towards the level where they have to take over. I'm gonna make this to a little I don't want it to take up much space. Maybe that's best look out. Cool. Okay, that was kind of a break also, because I switched tasks to use some other part of my brain, and then now I switched to this task. But I think my executive function is still doing the kind of a similar. There's probably some network that is trying to keep the course. The outcome. Did I read all of this? Data precision layers was said. Where was it said? It's like it's repeating itself, or maybe? Yeah, scale complex data precision. Okay, that's okay. For early stage technical team, navigate architectural ambiguity or integrating complex AI. Okay, maybe this is part of the target client. This is a hard sell, I feel like. It might be worth it. Helping a startup. It might be possible. The problem: many technical founders lose months of velocity because they write code before defining great system contracts. Yeah, I read this before. Or they over-engineer the infrastructure, hiring expensive specialists before the foundational architecture is validated. Ambiguous requirements lead to context drift and compounding technical debt. The outcome is a comprehensive production-ready system architecture and interface specification blueprint. In exactly 72 hours, I audit your proposed system layout and deliver a definitive technical document containing deterministic interface contracts. A clean API/stub definitions that isolate core business logic from high-order execution layers. I'm getting a sense that the work is aligning other people, like it's being as a kind of leader, like it's being some kind of this needs to be done, this a kind of decision-making process. Maybe that is information work. Maybe that is what it is. Clean API stub definitions. To isolate core business logic from higher or execution layers. Yeah. So predictable high-speed execution. Infrastructure risk identification. Potentially I can work like this communication layer between a leader and technical team. Infrastructure risk identification. A first principle analysis pinpointing the 3 largest bottlenecks across your cloud backends, data persistence layers, or automated workflows. I don't feel confident saying I could do that unless I scale down. Like, I can't say I'm going to find the 3 largest ones unless I've done like some thorough research and hypotheses and all this stuff to see all of them. I need to see all bottlenecks in order to say I'm finding the 3 largest. The velocity roadmap, a phased implementation plan. The velocity roadmap, a phased implementation plan designed to maximize development through using highly leveraged AI-assisted solo or small team engineering. Fixed price, 3 days from kickoff to artifact delivery, 0 ongoing overhead, no hourly management, pure architectural clarity. I'm losing my confidence reading this. Or I'm going into uncertain area. That's where I'm going. Maybe I should certify it. Certify. Bypassing the main problem with this spec is finding the target audience. something like that. Your past signal indicates that inexperienced founders value your thinking. Right, I forgot about that. Would like the capital to realize it. To ensure rapid monetization, filter rigidly. The seed funding, I think if you get seed funding, filter rigidity by funding data. Explicitly target companies that have closed a pre-seed or seed round within the last 6 months. These teams have cash on hand, strict deadlines, and a desperate need to accelerate technical velocity without expanding their permanent headcount immediately. Position as risk mitigation. Frame the box not as a strategic luxury, but as an immediate cost-saving measure that prevents a $20,000 engineering mistake. Risk mitigation. By presenting a closed productized outcome, rather than trying to force your cross-disciplinary capabilities into a standard resume. Interesting. The AI, the vector space considers this one concept, maybe not one token, but a selection of tokens, or one concept maybe, and then it added this concept, but it is the same name, and it couldn't understand that this concept is included in this concept, so it added onto this concept as well. Interesting. Maybe. You eliminate the need to educate employers for free. Yeah. You sell the box, protect your creative sandbox, and service images and trends. I like your idea. I'm not sure if it's the best one. It seems complex. It would require more work to develop. So I want to make sure it's the best course of action, especially that it is the shortest path, and that I'm not spending time on something that won't lead to something simple that I can do that has high value to a large enough target market. I just realized that I should probably be eating earlier. But the day I woke up 6 o'clock, I ate all of my food at once at 19 or 20. So maybe I should do that again. Your critiques of the spec blueprint idea are entirely valid. Report. Seed-funded startups do operate within rigid institutional networks. And entering that arena requires a level of corporate positioning that introduces high delivery anxiety. Yeah. And threatens your core development focus. Yeah. Bypassing it is the right move. Evaluating your four new options from a first principle perspective, filtering strictly for shortest path to income, lowest complexity, and zero dilution of your game development focus yields a clear winner. Or it does. Oh, it's running an elimination process. Great. ID 2, out of the box coaching. Drop it. Your moral intuition is correct. Selling a system for generating income before you have reliably stabilized your own commercial monetization model creates cognitive dissonance. It will drain your energy. Okay, good. ID 3, Hetzner Telegram AI system. Drop it. This violates your primary constraint. It forces you to build, maintain, and troubleshoot a custom software infrastructure for clients. You will end up handling feature requests, API breaking changes, and server maintenance, which directly steals execution hours from your game. Yes. Idea 4, AI threat audit. High friction. Assessing long-term competitive displacement requires deep market-specific data and corporate strategic credential. It carries high delivery risk and long sales cycles. I don't know if it requires long, high sales cycles. If I'm leveling up my new workflow here. I like the elimination process. I don't know if idea 3, no, idea 4. AI threat audit. Creates long sales cycles or delivery risk, but it it does contain a lot of time to research industries, but it might be quite simple to do. However, I do lack much in many industries to get clean data that is not available on the internet. I'm good at kind of good. I'm not gonna say I'm good at that. The winner, browser-based AI onboarding for small business, helping non-technical companies adopt existing cloud-based AI tools. Gemini Cloud or basic workspace integrations in the browser is the most viable path. Why it works. Zero technical debt. You're not writing a single line of code, managing servers, or creating custom software. The engineering infrastructure is completely handled by Google and Anthropic. Monetizes existing knowledge. It leverages your 13 plus years of theoretical understanding of artificial intelligence, cognitive frameworks, and human-computer interaction. They know exactly where large language models excel and where they fail deterministically. Non-technical business owners do not. Immediate value, low anxiety. The target market consists of local established non-tech small businesses, accounting firms, local manufacturing, real estate offices, or administrative operations. They do not want an enterprise system. They want to stop wasting time hours with formatting text, summarizing long compliance PDF documents, or drafting repetitive emails. I could do like a whole, I could send all of my streams to AI and ask, how am I using AI in these streams in a successful way, and how can I package that into an offer? What did it call it? Browser-based onboarding for small businesses. That's what did I use? Heading 4. How do my idea? In that case, I would add this to a to-do. Send all video transcripts to AI. Ask, how am I using AI? And how can I help small businesses save time or with something else? For instance, foundational AI for business. Foundational AI for business. That might be a really good service. Foundational. It's like introductory. You feel like, yeah, I can start with this, and it contains the foundations, and this is the thing that I can use if I want to use AI, but I don't have to use AI. It's kind of good. I like the idea you suggested of browser based AI onboarding for small businesses. I might call it foundational AI for business, something like that. I like the idea of calling it having foundational in the name makes it feel more safe and more safe, since AI is a bit scary and foreign. It also shows that you get what you need to know, regardless if you are going to use AI in the future or if you just want to know and feel safe about AI. The only thing, one thing the name misses is the targeting small businesses. That what they need to see the title. They need to see the title of the. They need to see the product name and feel like it speaks to them, their identity of being a small business. Let's see the last thing Gemini was talking about. Packaging the offer. Do not sell AI consulting. Sell a fixed scope execution box. The one-day workflow automation session. Just that one day, the one-day workflow automation session has a descriptive and light quality to it, but it's very technical. I don't know if small businesses can relate to seeking automation. And the offer is too focused on unimportant central things like being one day or that it is a session. That is not showing the value that we are trying to show. We don't want to sell the box. We want to sell the result and value for the small business. It's good to be specific, not saying a company. I'm targeting small businesses. So I'm using the word small business. Wait, is there something more? Yeah, there's more. What you do, you sit down with a local business owner for a few hours. You look at their manual paperwork or text-heavy bottlenecks and build them a custom library of hyper-precise prompt templates directly inside their browser accounts. What they get: immediate, visible elimination of administrative friction. Using tools they can access instantly without software onboarding. Why it protects your sandbox. It is purely transactional. You show up, configure the prompts based on your cognitive alignment framework, collect a flat fee, and walk away. I had to read that again to understand it. It is purely transactional. I show up. I configure the prompts based on my cognitive alignment framework. So the work becomes to create a cognitive alignment framework. Cognitive alignment framework, that's pretty cool. Collect a flat fee. I configured the prompts. I've helped the person create the prompts, maybe. Do feel like I should be partly educating and partly serving. I feel like I can adjust on this spot depending on the customer, but I can regarding this can either look through their data and write their prompts without them, or I can work with them and show how they discover what prompts to write. In the last case, they learn more about prompting, and I can answer questions regarding that. Big risk I need to solve is my mind wandering during this, thinking about AI taking all jobs and work, etc. Since that is how I have all this, the most important thing I think everyone should know. No, it kind of feels wrong to teach people how to prompt, knowing that they will have to adapt again in next year when their whole business is automated. It kind of makes me apathetic, and I am certain that if I go into this mental space, I will be so uninspiring, even anti-inspiring, just showing my just by having the feeling, even if I do the work for them, that I cannot do so. won't get good reviews. That work is done and it's valuable to the company, but the company gets kind of infected with my dark perspective on AI and the future. I think this is part of the core thing that makes that have inhibited me from selling continually, from entering a selling momentum. Why it protects your sandbox. I like this. I feel like my brain, I'm using a lot of other networks in my brain now. I'm using a different mindset. It's like I'm tired. It's almost like a part of my brain is sleeping. Like there are parts of my brain that is unconscious right now. I can sense it because I have a different perspective and different kind of mindset. I am basically, I'm sure that a part of my brain have been exhausted so much that it is sleeping now. But another part of my brain has taken over, and this is good. Thank you, new part, because if we can make this work and I can make money, then my body can eat good food, I can rest, I can protect myself, and I can grow. So all of this is good. I'm not just talking to the stream here, I'm also talking to myself. Why it protects your sandbox? It is purely transactional. You show up, configure the prompts based on your cognitive alignment framework, collect a flat fee, and walk away. I show up, I configure the prompt based on my cognitive alignment framework, I collect a flat fee and walk away. I show up, I configure the prompts based on my cognitive alignment framework, I collect a flat fee and walk away. I show up, I configure the prompts based on my cognitive alignment framework, I collect a flat fee and walk away. I show up, I configure the prompts based on my cognitive alignment framework, I collect a flat fee and I walk away. I'm repeating it so I can, so it gets kind of ingrained, the whole process. Because if the process gets ingrained and I understand it, it feels so familiar in my mind to run it through. It's like rehearsing, it's like training. Then that is a part that will go natural, and I can focus on other parts to make everything natural. To make it natural for me to make money, to solve my money-making problem, to earn money in a way that feels natural, to become professional. My developer focus remains entirely insulated for the rest of the week. Oh, the stream cannot see exactly the text, but we'll keep that as it is. Good. Of the local business types in your immediate geographic area, which sector do you see suffer? This is great. This is absolutely great. We're getting down to freaking business. Of the local business types in your immediate geographic area, which sector do you see suffering from the most obvious repetitive framework or administrative bottlenecks? I have no idea. Regarding the local businesses, I have no clue. I've almost all almost no clue at all what kind of paperwork they even do. And I have visited many of them to have them in my game, so I know what they do, and I know more than most people about their busyness, but I don't know at all what kind of paperwork they do. I don't know where the problems are. They need to become visible to me so I can solve them. This is a good way of thinking. I'm using a different way of thinking now. This is really good. I'm using a different part of my network now. This is really good. I'm seeing it from a kind of a deeper perspective, or more intuitive perspective, a more like a metaphorical perspective. A part of my brain that doesn't use language can still understand and help and aid me in this. Well, we help each other, since my network will survive thanks to this work. The subconscious that don't use many words will be able to find these problems, and it is problems that are easy for me to solve. For me, they're not even problems. And to take it further, from my perspective, they should not even be seen as problems. They are basically fruits for me to pick, and for the companies they are problems. How do I find them? My stomach is grumbling. I'm starting to feel like I've reached something, but I'm not done yet. I feel like I need to work until I've reached a piece, some kind of mental artifact that is indestructible, that I've created something that has taken me to permanently into a new level. That is what I need to have done before I even start relaxing. That is the way to work, I believe. That is the way to feel like I'm making progress. That is the way to feel confident. That it is the way to actually be productive. The word productive doesn't feel like productive, but to actually be productive. Okay, what do we got here? Got just as much as before. Let's see if I need to make a movement. 1624. Yes, I missed one and almost 1630, so I missed 3, which is probably fine. Animal beast reach, calisthenic scapular push-ups, gymnastics Jefferson curl. I have to take a break now because of my body, because of my fascia. when I've learned this move through this day protocol where all my exercises, I will not have to go into this space, I will not have to click the YouTube video, I will just see the time, say, oh, it's time to move, and then I'll move while I'm working. But right now, I invented this system on Monday, so that's why I'm going through this process. Animal, beast, and reach. Oh, beast reach. I think this is the movement that I'm gonna do. It's a new movement that I also need to go to the bathroom. Unfortunately, this creates a little break. I have two side tracks before the beast reach. One is in the future, in the near future, in order to be competitive on the private sector, you're gonna have to connect yourself to the matrix. I was thinking this when I went to the bathroom, and I was thinking, now I have to take a break. Maybe the most productive way is to not go to the bathroom. Like connecting your garbage disposal into a system, so that I can just continue working. And then I was thinking, what's the maybe it can be optimized even further. And then it's basically if you lie in a vat, and you just connect it to the matrix, then you don't have to take care of your body at all. And you just can do work, and you can utilize more of your brain. Like you connect, like Elon Musk talks about this also, merging with AI. Like, because we're using meat sticks to communicate with AI, like writing things, it's very slow. And even talking to AI is very slow if you compare to having something connected to your brain. If you think about how fast a thought leads to another thought, it's the same. If you connect the brain to AI, then a thought leads to an action in the computer. Like, that's how fast it could potentially go. The second thing I was thinking about was something about training my mind. Yeah, it's gone. That thing went away. It almost came back there, but now I'm gonna do beast reach. Wait, what? Did she teach the front kick? That was good. But yeah, it was a good exercise. It doesn't fit right now because right now I'm trying to recover, so it's a bit too heavy stuff. For now. Okay, good. Finally I can get back to work. I have some glare on my screen, but I think the glare might be good because it pushes ideas into my head instead of reading. Okay. Dismantling the existential block. Resilience, not tools. The fear of infecting clients with a dark apocalyptic perspective on AI is a valid psychological barrier, always beginning with rapport. If you believe you are selling a temporary band-aid on a business that will be fully automated out of existing systems next year, your sales energy will naturally become anti-inspiring. To fix this, shift the focus from the tool to the human cognitive capacity. The reality. The interfaces will change and automation will deepen. The reframe. You are not selling a permanent technical solution. You are selling cognitive adaptation and panic reduction. The value. The small business owner who learns how to structure logic, externalize repetitive thinking, and direct an LLM today is building the specific psychological resilience required to survive next year's transitions. I was thinking about that, kind of. It's still too much. I think there is potential to focus on human cognitive capacity in order to even have a chance tomorrow. One must try, at least try, adapt to AI. It doesn't feel quite inspiring. It does feel true and right. And at attempt, but not a promise of success. The business idea is sound, long term. If I am the source of AI adaptation, then the next steps, people, then previous customers will reach out to me when their time comes to learn the next step. By framing your work as an essential safety protocol for the transition area, you can be completely honest about the commit shifts while still delivering immense immediate value. It's two things to keep in mind at once. It's good if I can combine this into one thing, one feeling. Refining the name, safety and small business identity. The one-day workflow automation session is too technical and focuses on the mechanics rather than the relief. Small businesses do not want automation, which sounds expensive, disruptive and foreign. They want clarity and simple operational baseline protection. I have some ideas of making simple informational videos to sell my services. Marketing videos that can hook the target audience, but before that hook, need to press an image or link, reading a text, so the hook cannot be entirely in the video. At least the first hook must be something like an image, text, or in a conversation I am having directly with someone. Potentially my small business owners are on Facebook, or maybe even scrolling TikTok. But this is slightly too rushing to think about now. I wanted to put it down so it's here as an idea that can come when I think about marketing challenges. They want clarity and simple operational baseline protection. That's also complex words. Clarity, simple operational baseline protection. Names that anchor to safety, simplicity, and small business identity. Small Business AI Foundations Program.
AI foundation sounds like a foundation. Safe AI foundation for local business. The everyday AI baseline for small teams. I think we can skip the name for now because we need to do it in Swedish. Maybe. Should I focus on local businesses or try go for a larger amount and using English for marketing language? I feel like if I make a video on Swedish, I will reach easier to wealthier audience that I already can speak to native Swedish. The core message becomes: we establish a safe, zero-tech jargon baseline. Using the browser tools you already have, giving you immediate time back and removing the anxiety of the unknown. Uncovering the paperwork, the time leak playbook. Small business owners cannot tell you what paperwork can be solved by AI because they do not understand the capabilities layer of the technology. If you ask them where their AI problems are, they will blank out. Because you already have a trusted connection with local owners through your game projects, you can bypass standard sales friction entirely. Do not ask about the paperwork, ask about their friction. Use these three diagnostic questions to spot the low-hanging fruit. A low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. I also want the cognitive dissonance. AI darkness. Focusing on human cognitive capacity, not the tool. In some cases I think I should focus on the tool, because if the tool can be a product, when it comes to focusing on to not focusing on the tool, I think one way is to actually focus on the tool. When the tool can become a part of their business to make them stronger. It doesn't necessarily. Cool, I wrote that correct. Need to enhance the human cognitive capacity to help them.
to help the company survive. Okay. My sound is ended. I'm just gonna continue working. Okay, the low-hanging fruit. What is the one repetitive small report or document that you procrastinate on every single week? What it covers? Custom quotes, compliance summaries, regular client updates, or supplier correspondence. Where are you acting as a manual translator between two pieces of text? What it covers? Taking unstructured notes from a customer meeting phone call and formatting them into a structured invoice, work order, or CRM entry. What information do you repeatedly have to look up or cross-reference just to answer a basic question? What it uncovers? Digging through long local regulations. I feel like this distracts me somehow. Digging through long local regulations, safety PDFs, or vendor catalogs to find specific guidelines. The low friction discovery step. Since you need to calibrate your understanding of their internal operations before selling a fixed package, offer a casual, zero pressure exchange to 3 of the business owners you already know. I'm mapping out a simple, safe AI foundations guide specifically tailored for local businesses here. I want to make sure it addresses real everyday tasks. Can I buy you a coffee for 15 minutes and look over your shoulder at the most boring, repetitive text or paperwork task you have to do each week? I'll show you exactly how to handle it in the browser under 30 seconds. I'm just getting exhausted thinking about this. It's like, so it really is social skills, because there's gonna be so many ideas coming up. It cannot be planned. I must be trained to shoot from the hip. Some real honest thoughts there. I didn't read them out loud, so they're not in the transcript of the video. But they are now, at least, in the Gemini chat conversation. Now I got a similar size message. Your decision to focus on local businesses using Swedish is strategically correct. It eliminates international marketing noise, leverage your native language fluency, and directly connects you to a market with immediate capital and established local trust. The panic and loss of confidence you feel when imagining a live over-the-shoulder consultation are completely natural. Trying to invent high-value AI solutions on the spot under social pressure is a recipe for cognitive freeze. To bypass this anxiety completely and maintain momentum, you must replace the on-the-spot expert with persona with a structured first principles professional mindset. The core anchor, the text transformation. This is a new category. Coffee, right? Asking. Anxiety, or what do I call it? Panic, a loss of confidence. Panic and loss of confidence. Cultivating a professional mindset. The core anchor, the text transformation principle. When confusion or anxiety hits, you need a single unshakable technical truth to return to. Your anchor is this: every administrative bottleneck in a small business is just a messy text transformation problem. That's kind of good, that has potential. Is it true? At least it's a file transformation problem, maybe. A small business owner does not have complex abstract problems. They have data processing friction. They take information in one format, e.g. raw client notes, messy emails, unorganized lists, and manually spends hours converting it to another format. Invoices, structured schedules, formal responses. Yeah, this is the use case of AI. To transform information. Maybe to move. It's not yet to move information. That's agents. Transforming. They take information in one format and manually spend hours converting it to another format. You're not there to fix the entire business or predict the future. You're simply a cognitive mapping mechanic. Cognitive mapping mechanic. That's a nice title. I'm the cognitive mapping mechanic. Your only job is to locate the messy input text and identify the desired output text. The automatic micro-prioritization loop. Automatic micro prioritization loop. Gonna add some of this. This might be true. The automatic micro prioritization loop to prevent your mind from wandering into existential dread or feeling lost during a client interaction. Run this 3-step mental protocol automatically. Locate the input, define the target output, isolate to solo sandbox. Locate the input, define the target output, isolate to solo sandbox. Locate the input. What text or data is currently making them waste time? This chain of 10 supplier emails. Define the target output. What does the perfect finished version look like? Define the target output. What does the perfect finished version look like? Clean the list of prices and delivery dates. Isolate to solo sandbox. Cut the social pressure immediately. I just found a really comfortable stretch. This leg is forward and to the left, so I cannot rely on it. It's to the left, so it stretches kind of the outside, almost the part where you need to stretch in order to sit in double lotus. And the other stretch is stretched outside back with the toes on ground. Both stretches two muscles, the front thigh and the back of the side down on the thigh of the other one, and it activates some muscles. And I'm sitting at the corner of the chair in order to do this. What does the perfect version looks like? It's clean bulleted list of prices and delivery dates. Isolate to solo sandbox. Cut the social pressure immediately. Do not try to solve it or write prompts in front of them. Uh-huh. Oh. Secure the raw text samples and retreat to your office to build the solution in your own focus window. Wow. I didn't think of that. Eliminating the over-the-shoulder friction. You don't need to watch someone work live, and you don't need to endure awkward social silences. Shift the entire diagnostic process from a live performance to an artifact handover. Instead of asking complex diagnostic questions or looking over their shoulder, use this low-friction script that keeps you firmly in control of the interaction. To see if your current workflow can be simplified with a browser baseline, I don't need to disrupt your workday or watch you open your systems. Just forward me 2 or 3 examples of your most tedious, repetitive emails or text documents from last week, the ones that took you the longest to draft or organize. I will analyze the structure in my own office and show you exactly how a simple browser setup can process them in seconds. Or I can just process them in seconds. Why this protects your momentum. Zero performance ideas of eliminating the make the work easier for me is great. I could potentially also offer to do the hard work, just receiving their data, using my prompts, send back the results. They don't even need to touch AI, and I get recurring work. More stable income. How do you spell reoccurring? Oh, recurring, not reoccurring. Recurring? What? Oh, it's 2. That's weird. Did I just close it? Okay. Close it and select the next one. Okay. Why this protects your momentum. Zero performance anxiety. You don't have to think of solutions. I just realized something else. Something honest. I don't know if I care. Companies here. Feel like I should care more if I want to collaborate. It's like I'm too focused on just making money. It's like I don't want to know them. Just earn money. Fairly. feels weird just doing work for money. Somehow it feels too easy. Like I need to get to know people and care about other related things about them. Maybe it's just because I'm tired in my brain. That maybe it's because I'm hungry. And the caffeine is trickling away. I don't know. Maybe it's the music, the big space music. This is why this protects your momentum. Zero performance anxiety. You do not have to think of solutions on the spot. Zero awkward silence. The meeting ends the moment they agree to send you the raw text samples. Complete context control. You take the messy data back to your dedicated workspace. Analyze it using your computer science background and build the templates calmly without distraction. By changing the offer from a live consultation to an independent text audit, you protect your developer sandbox, remove social friction, and let the sheer logic of the tool do the heavy lifting for the client's survival. To get this framework moving with the absolute lowest friction possible, what is the easiest lookup is a sector in your network? Request just to miss text example from. Somehow I feel like this is the wrong question. Maybe it's something that AI cannot handle. I'm gonna move my picture. Actually, no. Oh, what happened? What happened? Didn't I get an answer? I'm gonna rewind time. Okay. It didn't work for some reason. I sent it, but it didn't work. Sent it, it started to work, and then boop, stopped working. DFY were done for you. The trap of the done for you workflow. The idea of acting as the manual data processor, receiving the messy data, running it through your prompt and sending it back is an attractive shortcut to recurring income. However, it introduces a critical structural flaw. It turns you into a human API. If you are responsible for running their data loops weekly or daily, you have just created a highly fragmented job. You become the operational bottleneck. Maybe? Yes. Well, not bottleneck, but dependency. This directly violates your primary constraint, preserving clean, unfragmented blocks of time for your own game development and infrastructure engineering. True. Capitalist cleanliness of not caring. Your realization that you don't deeply care about these local businesses and that you just want a fair, clean transaction to earn money is not a defect, it's a massive professional advantage. The belief that you must intimately know, love, or emotionally invest in a client's business to help them is a psychological barrier. Clean transactional commerce operates on mutual utility. Clean transactional commerce operates on mutual utility. Not emotional alignment. Okay. They have a specific operational friction. Wasted time. You have a specific cognitive asset. Asymmetric knowledge of AI text transformation. You exchange your asset for their capital. This is a completely fair, transparent, and ethical trade. In fact, not caring about their long-term corporate destiny makes you a better technician. It allows you to look at their business objectively as a sterile, logical system of inputs and outputs, rather than getting bogged down in their internal politics or emotional stress. Why it feels too easy? The reason it feels too easy or unearned is due to knowledge asymmetry. That wasn't what I meant by too easy. Or maybe it is connected to that. Because you have studied cognitive science and navigated AI logic since 2011, structuring, prompt, or mapping a text loop takes you zero conscious effort. It feels trivial to you, so your brain tells you it has low financial value. It's not a low financial value, really. It's the feeling that it feels too easy. But value is measured by the receiver's alternative. If a local operator spends 5 hours manually parsing vendor lists every week, and your easy 30-second prompt template collapses that task into 2 minutes, you didn't sell them 30 seconds of typing. You sold them 5 hours of their life back. You are pricing the outcome, not the effort. Not my effort. I'm pricing the outcome, not my effort. If we keep the offer strictly transactional, meaning you build the template once, hand them over in the browser, collect a flat fee and exit. How much monthly runway do you actually need to secure from these clean transactions to continuously stabilize independent developments? Monthly how much monthly runway? I would start reducing invoice you to send invoices, so I don't have to start a company. After the taxes, etc., and the fee, etc., I need at least 6,000 is not enough. 10,000. Sick. A month. Or maybe I should think of it as a lump sum, like a big goal. Like, I don't need this a month sum to survive. I need this much money. Yes, I think I just leveled up my mindset about budgets and money. I don't need a monthly pay. I need enough money to finish the game. Actually, let's change it a little bit. I want to focus on what I need to finish the game and not a monthly income first. So 1 month I need 10,000 for, I'm gonna get money to survive during July. During July I will survive. Then I will also get money during August to survive, because that's the money I've been earning now, I think. Yeah. Then I need September. I have June and July and August. I need September, October, November, December. 40. Now I'm starting to understand things. Now I'm starting to understand budget. Connecting budget to survival. Changed everything. This is so good. I'm understanding money. I need 40,000 after taxes and everything to finish the game. I think it's good I'm not eating. It's like fasting. I get a completely different mindset. And I think it's good that I'm working hard during fasting. I think working hard during fasting is a good thing to do for me in this period of my life. It improves my sleep. It improves my appetite for when I'm eating, which improves the deliciousness of the food. And most importantly, well, not most importantly, but second most importantly, it improves my sleep. And firstly, most importantly, it makes me realize things on a deeper level. It's like kind of like a hint of a small drug or something to change the perspective to a higher consciousness, connecting things to, yeah. And it's partly because I'm listening to big space music also. That is really, I think, important. And this structured way of working, step by step, where each step feels important, feels significant. Gradually understanding something that I need to understand. Solving a problem that I need to solve. So Gemini says, shifting from a continuous monthly income model to a finite financial sprint changes everything. This is no longer about building a consulting business. It is a runway heist. To secure the final development phase of your game. Once you hit the number, you completely close the door to clients and return to 100% full-time game development. To clear exactly 40,000 Swedish crowns net into your bank account through Invoiceo, your total aggregate billing target is 81,350. That is the budget for the game, to develop the game. 81,350. The financial sprint breakdown. Here is the exact compliance math, scaling down to your 40,000 SEK milestone. This is so good. This makes me think in different ways to find solution to this problem. Here's the exact compliance math, scaling down to your 40,000 SEK milestone, accounting for standard Swedish social contributions and selective municipal tax rate. Total invoiced sprint target, excluding moms, 81,350. The finish line number. Clients pay 25% moms on top, which Invoiceo handles. Invoiceo service fee, 1,139. Platform cut for invoicing. Arbetsgivaravgifter 31.42%. Minus 19,166. Statutory Swedish employer fees. Bruttolön, gross salary, 61,845. Your total pre-tax salary pool from the sprint. Income tax 34.45%, minus 21,045 SEK. Deducted automatically for Skellefteå. I would pay tax to Skellefteå, and Skellefteå would be happy to pay to build roads and fix infrastructure for me. Nettolön, net income, 40,000 SEK. Cleared cash in your pocket to finish the game. Note, if Invoiceo applies a flat secondary income tax rate of 30% for this one-off sprint, your required invoice target drops slightly to 76,200 SEK, targeting 81,350 SEK guaranteed safety. Breaking down the 81,350 SEK milestone. To minimize client interactions and protect your developer mindset, you need to hit this number with the fewest, cleanest transaction possible. Do not take on small, messy projects. Use one of these two configurations. Option A, the 4 clients sprint. Actually, let me write some history. This is all connected to professional mindsets. Yeah. There's something there I need to... Micro prioritization loop. And then I felt to over the shoulder friction. Part of the analyzed fasting or work, new levels of understanding. I understood that right after the milestone. No, right before. I don't want a monthly income. I understand budget now. I want a money target that clears game development. Understanding a budget. I understand budget. No. Okay, now I can get back to business. Breaking down. To minimize client interaction, protect all of the digits number of don't take as many used to most conversations. Option A, the 4 client sprint, highest leverage. 20,000 each? Can I charge that? The scope, mapping a multi-step administrative bottleneck. For example, building a robust set of browser prompts templates that take an entire week's worth of organized for field logs and format them into clean, standardized client summary reports. For clients or 8 clients. 4 clients at 20,300 each. The scope, mapping a multi-step administrative bottleneck. For example, building a robust set of browser prompt templates that take an entire week's worth of organized. I feel spontaneously, I feel like option B is the right one, since my main problem is confidence. Lack of experience and weakness to be distracted by larger complexity. If I promise smaller, I also feel like it's easier to get more customers. I also have no problem having 8 customers, as many as all. I was getting ready for like at least 20, but 20 feels like I prefer to have less than 15 customers. So 8 customers is really good. Scope, resolving a single, highly isolated text transformation task. For example, a template that instantly turns raw, unstructured customer email inquiries into structured formal quotes using their specific vendor pricing guidelines. That seems like very easy to do. Executing the sprint bounded by logic. Because this is a temporary sprint, You don't need to overanalyze the market. You act strictly as a cognitive mapping mechanic. I like the part that I don't have to overanalyze the markets. That is definitely a big weakness that I get into. The uncertainty of markets. Just the market research becomes overwhelming and just creates confusion. 1. Your approach local operators using your artifact handler script to get 2 examples of their worst text bottlenecks. Local operators. Small businesses. You take the data back to your office, mapped inputs to the outputs using browser-based tools, and build the templates. You hand them over, get paid through Invoiceo, immediately log progress toward your 40,000 SEK target. When you look at the business operators you already know locally, do you see 4 businesses that handle heavy repetitive text data, like logistics, accounting, or trade codes, where a 20,000 second measure step is an easy decision for them? Four. I feel like I hit a kind of wall. I feel like this is a level of uncertainty that is, I don't know. And I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot if I say 8 clients, so I'm not gonna ever mention that. I'm just gonna ask you, I live in Jörn. Maybe you can come with some suggestions. Heavy physical operations. What do you mean, heavy physical operations? Create the messiest, most repetitive administrative text data. What do you mean by how is that? So how come? That's better. How come Here are three concrete hyper-local target sectors in the Jörn area where a 10k, 20k SEK processing fix is a trivial business expense. Heavy transport and contracting, åkerier och entreprenad. The local reality, companies like J. Bergström Åkeri AB, R&M Persons Åkeri AB, or Kalles Entreprenad operate fleets of trucks, tractors and excavators. The text bottlenecked. Drivers and operators constantly generate unstructured data, handwritten or text messaged machine hours, raw field logs, material lists, and transport notes, fraktsedlar. Your box, a browser template that instantly takes a messy, unstructured text wall sent by a driver on site and transport it into a clean, itemized data table matching their billing software formats. High volume, seasonal, and multi-company administration. The local reality. Jörn hosts unique high-volume operations. High-volume, seasonal, multi-companies. Jörn hosts unique high-volume operations like Norrköpingsberg, managing hundreds of seasonal personnel and international supply logistics, alongside central management hubs, handling administration for arrays of small owner-led companies. The text bottleneck. Parsing massive piles of compliance text, vendor price updates, worker scheduling messages, and translating operational guidelines across language barriers. Your box. A structured processing prompt that acts as a sterile text filter. I feel like the big challenge here is really to think about what can be optimized and not, what to prioritize to optimize, like another piece of prioritization task which requires a lot of standing to work. The messy data, the time it takes to work with manually, and the time it and how finding an automated matching it, pushing it to a browser-based solution and dismissing it. There's a lot of things hidden in this, like these bottlenecks. That I feel is the thing to understand. Drivers and operators constantly generate unstructured data, handwritten or text message, machine hours, raw field logs, material lists, and transport notes. Even if this sentence is short, the amount of information to understand here is enormous. It's the work. The thing that stands out to me as the big piece of work is to understand the bottlenecks. The things you list are suggestions on what to look at. The opportunities to automate are many, and some are, most of them must be dismissed directly in order for me to keep focus. I think I need to connect this to the recentering method. Or a method to prioritize what should be optimized and what should not be. Potentially, I can give several suggestions, but I also feel lack of confidence to keep track of the suggestions in the actual conversation. It's like I'm lacking some kind of basic memory handling focus, professional work, information work in uncertain situations where I lack the system, like the experience from the workflow. Parsing massive piles of compliance text. Compliance, what is compliance text? There are many questions here. Many. Vendor price updates, worker scheduling messages, and translating operational guidelines across language barriers. Your box, a structured processing prompt that acts as a sterile text filter, ingesting unstructured supplier spreadsheets, logistical change logs, or seasonal worker data templates, and collapsing them into concise daily summaries. Do they need summaries? Technical consulting and property management. Technical consulting, property management. Bit preceding fastighet. Local files handling building permits, property management, and structural engineering, such as e-consult. Text bottleneck. Converting raw site inspection notes. local zoning code, text blocks, and code material aspects in structured professional customer codes or official regulatory files. I feel I can just get a sense that the AI is hallucinating the text bottlenecks. It's like it. I'm just not sure if it's actually nailing it or not. Or maybe it's just hard for me to understand. Clarity, it's the pain point, understanding the pain points. Understanding the pain points. I feel like the challenge I have is to understand the pain point. If I can understand how to find the pain point in a small business, not the pain point, how to find an abundance and not get overwhelmed. On choosing what to solve, and I can easily sort the pain points into what can be automated with browser AI, then I might have a chance. I have a good chance to get to the next step of making a deal. I also feel uncertain about reaching that making deal state, since it forces me to yet again enter a certain area where I feel scared and like I want to avoid it. It's something that needs to feel natural for me. Thinking about the text bottlenecks you suggested doesn't trigger me to see a solution, which makes me get lower confidence and more confusion. As to if I can actually solve the problem with a simple browser tool. I start to think that they require more work, maybe even custom software. Okay, technical consulting and property management, byggprojektering. Your box, a specialized interface layout that translates Specialized interface layouts? Is that a piece of software? Do I have to make that? Does it need to be made? A specialized interface layout that translates rough, bulleted site technical descriptions into formal professional code copy. I do enjoy making AI software, but I can certainly not feel confident since I haven't made it, and as we talked before, it requires a lot more work and is not compatible with my requirements. Okay, what does it say? Last thing. The execution strategy. Bypass the anxiety of asking what the problems are. Pick one transport, construction, or administrative manager in your existing network and use the artifact handover script. Skicka 2 eller 3 exempel på era mest tidskrävande eller röriga fraktsedlar, tidsrapporter eller leverantörsmall från förra veckan. Jag kollar på textstrukturen på min kammare och visar exakt hur en enkel mall sparar er flera timmar i veckan. Maybe that will work. Like, now I'm entering. Suggestion. Gotta increase the volume to get even more big space minds. Goes on one company, small business company first is amazing, and the suggested artifact handover script has enormous potential. I have no idea if it works, and now here I also get more anxious. Is this a good thing to ask for? Am I wasting their time? Will they get mad? I think I have some kind of scaredy cat ingrained in me that I need to that can be exterminated completely if I can get completely unscared of doing sales and reaching out and all that shit, etc. Knowing exactly what to try and being thorough in preparing, etc. Maybe I know that I will adopt a habit of mastering sales, which must happen soon. Happen thoroughly. I'm not sure which, I don't know I don't know which of the three sectors is the absolute shortest path, since I must first understand the pain points, the automatability, and also think about their ability to cooperate. I'm pushing it to the next levels now, mentally. I have still not yet reached a result that have changed me into the next level, so I'm not satisfied. Why physical operations generate messy text data? Thank you. Physical operations, logistics, construction, trade, contracting are chaotic, analog environments. Unlike tech companies where data is born inside a clean software system, data in a physical business is born in the mud. Now I feel like I should update my history. Breaking down the budget milestone. 4 clients. What? Oh, cool. This chat is a good working memory aid. I can just scroll up and remember what I was talking about. And these are some of the pain point problems, or we're still on breaking down, I think. That's better. That's the summary of it. That's more explanation. Good. I like where a 10k to 20k SEK processing fix is a trivial business expense. that there. And then the problem that I encountered was scared of the text bottleneck. Overcoming sales and by mastering pain point identification. Something before there. I like this. Something I haven't thought about. There was some suggestion of picking one. There we go. I just came up with an idea. I'm going to repeat this document next Sunday. Repeat last Sunday. History. Read. I just have to read it. Why physical operations generate messy text data? Physical operations, logistics, construction, trade, contracting are chaotic, analog environments. Unlike tech companies where data is born inside a clean software system, data in a physical business is born in the mud. A truck driver, field mechanic, or site manager is moving, wearing gloves, or managing immediate logistics. When they document their work, they use text messages, rushed emails, or frantic voice-to-text notes. This text is a highly compressed, unstructured, and grammatically chaotic translation of the physical world. It generates a massive administrative bottleneck because someone in the office has to manually translate that structural mess into a structured format for billing, payroll, or compliance. Maybe, I don't know about these things. The cognitive sorting filter. I don't know if physical it sounds reasonable that physical jobs create data in the mud, but I'm not sure if it is a lot of data or that they really need to deal with that data later on. Maybe you are right. Here I feel an uncertainty regarding I can handle all of it. It seems daunting. Like if they use text messages, how would I turn that into whatever data formats they use? Would the consultation basically be to ask what kind of reports they don't enjoy doing or takes a lot of time, then ask how they get the data that goes into the report, and then try to find an automated solution to create the report. In the end, they would still have to either download or copy paste the resulting data from a browser-based chat AI to wherever they would need the data. The AI I'm using is not agentic. It cannot use software. It isn't already connected by the AI supplier like Google or Anthropic. I'm starting to really dig out the rocks or something. I'm doing some kind of data mining or something. It's like I'm working for the Matrix or something. I don't know what it is. I don't want to do this. This is very painful. That means I'm gonna do it even more, even harder. So there's one saying that says, don't ask for less problems, ask for more strength. And there's another saying that says, life doesn't get easier, you get stronger. So I just have to increase my strength velocity, my strength growth velocity to be above effort level. Something like that. Where I don't dip down, where it takes effort to get enough strength. Like where I keep my strength so strong that nothing feels effort. Everything feels effortless. Even doing strength training should feel effortless. The cognitive sorting filter, what to automate versus dismiss, to stop your mind from wandering and eliminate cognitive overwhelm during client interactions. You must externalize your prioritization. Do not try to analyze a workflow in your head. Use a strict binary filtering checklist based on structural properties of data, not business logic. I should move or do something. Not business logic. Is the input copy-pastable text? No. Dismiss. Is the input copy-pastable text? Yes. Is the output a predictable format? No. Dismiss. Is the output a predictable format? Yes. Browser AI ready. Very good. Very good. Cognitive sorting filter. What a messy graph. Did I say something about the mud? Yeah, up there. That's good. To reduce working memory load. Apply this two-step gatekeeper method. If a pain point fails, to reduce working memory load, apply this two-step gatekeeper method. If a pain point fails, either step, dismiss it within 2 seconds. The input gate is the raw data copy-pastable text. Yeah, these are the two questions. I need to copy this text, but I feel like I should read it before I copy paste it, because I don't know if it's good or not yet. To reduce working memory load, apply this two-step gatekeeper method. If a pain point fails, either step, dismiss it within 2 seconds. The input gate is the raw data copy-pastable text. Pass. Rushed emails. Oh, pass. It's strange. In Sweden, pass means dismiss. Pass. Oh, it passes. The thing passes. To the next level. Pass. Rushed emails. Input gate is the raw data copy-pastable text. Pass. Rushed emails. Messy SMS chains, raw field notes, pasted PDF text blocks. Fail, dismiss immediately. Scanning paper receipts. Why? Clicking buttons inside legacy desktop accounting software. Uploading files to proprietary databases. This requires custom integration or software engineering. Dismiss it. Yeah, I cannot solve the scan, like it has to be scanned. If the paper receipts are already scanned, then it's fine. Clicking buttons inside, oh, I have to. My uncertainty has to address it. The cognitive sorting filter is great. We'll use it. However, I have some questions. Scanning receipts failed. I don't think it can be well. Okay, click about this legacy desktop account for software. Uploading files to proprietary databases. This requires custom integration or software engineering. The output gate. Does the output follow a predictable structural pattern? Does the output follow a predictable structural pattern? Pass a standardized email reply. A structured list of bullet points. Clean. I feel like I need to get a good idea of both the kind of input data and output data that I can work with. This will help me draw out what kind of data the small business is using. If I don't mention emails, they might not either. What do you think? Am I overthinking this? Output gate. This is a good stretch also on the edge of my seat. Like this whole below thigh of the bent leg is supported and my butt is supported so I can sit, and the other leg is stretched out so I can stretch out the front thigh or the things that needs to be stretched out there. Output gate. Does the output follow a predicted structure pattern? Pass. A standardized email reply. Good. A structured list of bullet points. Pass. We pass it together. It's not like it passes and I'm then not thinking about the question again. I need to think about it. Okay, this structured list of bullet points passes and I pass with it. That means it's browser AI ready, which means we can start working on these bullet points. I don't want to adopt a habit of thinking theoretically when theoretically hinders thinking practically. Pass. A clean table of numbers. Passes. Yes, this we can automate. A standardized code draft. Pass. This we can automate. Fail. Dismiss immediately. Task requiring complex human empathy. Fail. This we cannot automate. Variable business negotiations. Cannot do this. Or cross-checking 10 different physical folders. If a task passes both gates, it is browser AI ready. If it fails, it is out of scope. You don't need to think about it further. Now I'm getting more good ideas. I'm gonna read this. I think one thing I will come with this is a certain slowness. What I mean is that automating work has an effect. If I come in with a fast mindset or stressed, I fail to show the real value automation comes with, which is that it creates void work. It is something strange for a human to experience. When something that used to take hours of work every week now takes 5 minutes, the human is suddenly out of work. If I come with a fast mindset to fix something fast, I feel like the work I do will not be appreciated. I must come with a new level of calmness that I haven't seen, something magical, something very stable, something that embodies the idea of a foundation, a secure foundation, a permanent piece of the company, something that makes it possible to either take more time off or to reach new levels for the company. It was really good to read that out loud, because that centers me into who I am. I take up more space inside myself, which creates confidence. It creates identity. It strengthens my identity. Okay, overcoming the working memory bottleneck. Your feeling of losing focus and lacking direction during client discussions stems from trying to act like a traditional consultant who gives real-time advice. Stop giving suggestions during the conversation. Wait, before that I want to update the history. Overcoming the working memory bottleneck. Slowness. I need to talk about my slowness. Cultivating a slowness for professional mindset. I'm just gonna paste my own code, my own text there. Okay, good. I think I need to paste my own thoughts also in the document more. Maybe we'll come back to this from the AI. The AI will come with the solution. I come with the question. But the question is probably in me until it's solved. Anyways, so I just need the answer. For now. My future self will probably be interested in my questions more than the answers that I get. But I'm not doing this for that future. I'm doing this for a short-term future. To make some money. Time. Trigger word. Time. Okay, overcoming the working memory bottleneck. Your feeling of losing focus and lacking direction during client discussions stems from trying to act like a traditional consultant who gives real-time advice. Stop giving suggestions during the conversation. Your professional mind shift is this. You are a silent data collector, not a solution generator. When you speak to a business owner, you do not track their workflow in your active memory or brainstorm ideas. You only listen for one specific trigger word, time. I will probably record the conversation with the client. Where I can later on use that conversation. Can send that into AI and have it find the best prompt solution. or even find other solutions as well. Recording. Recording client calls. Meetings. Client conversation for AI solutions. Or just recording the meeting. There we go. I can send the recording to AI. AI can create the best prompts. AI can come with other solutions as well. When you speak to a business owner, you do not track their workflow in your active memory or brainstorm ideas. You only listen for one specific trigger word. I need to put that somewhere. To remember to not do something is tricky sometimes. The way you do anything is the way you do everything. Since I often do brainstorming regarding everything, that's an easy track that I fall into. Okay, next part. Whenever they say, "It takes me forever to," or "I hate spending my Sunday doing," you immediately stop them and say, "Can you show me an example of the text or email you start with and what the finished version looks like?" Write it down or take a screenshot. Do not analyze it. Do not tell them how... Okay, now I got the next piece of thing. We're in reading about the time trigger where I felt scared to create an uncomfortable situation. This situation is that I am too efficient and I just find the problem data very soon and very quickly leave. I feel like I won't be able to make the iteration smooth for the client and maybe even confusing or inhuman or something. I don't know how to explain it. I wrote, when reading about the time trigger word, I felt scared to create an uncomfortable situation. The situation is that I am too efficient and I just find the data very soon and very quickly leave. I feel like I won't be able to make the situation smooth for the client and maybe even confusing or inhuman or something. Like I can solve the problem efficiently, but the strange relationship we form makes it uncomfortable to meet in daily life or something. It's like I don't want to try to get to know someone at all, since it will lead to these situations where I don't want to meet them. It doesn't feel natural. There's something there. Something there that I can unpack a little more. Something about strange relationship we form. I won't be able to make situations smooth for a client and maybe even confusing or inhuman or something. Like I can solve the problem efficiently, but the strange relationship we form makes it uncomfortable to meet in daily life or something. I feel like it's going to be like this many times, where I just don't have anything to say and don't feel free enough to continue on my path. Something like the client is now I work for 2 hours more. Let's continue working. I feel like it's going to be like this many times, where I just don't have anything to say and don't feel free enough to continue on my path and leave, expecting something like some kind of closure to the interaction. And I just don't do that. What is this? What is this feeling? I work too efficiently. Leave without making it feel like a natural closure to interaction. What is a natural closure to a client meeting? Especially if it takes 5 minutes to detect what info is, detect the pain point, decide on input, and output data. I want to be efficient. I don't want to formal. I don't want to. Okay. Okay. I only listen for one specific trigger word, time. Tid. Tid? Tid. Whenever they say det tar evigheter att, or jag hatar att spendera min söndag på, I immediately stop them and say, kan du visa mig ett exempel av texten eller e-mailen som du börjar med och vad den slutgiltiga versionen ser ut och vad resultatet är och vad resultatet behöver vara. Write it down or take a screenshot. Do not analyze it. Do not tell them how you fix it. Okay, got it. I'll analyze the structure layout and my desk to see if it fits the browser baseline. Conversation is going like a zigzag because these are things that I've said and this is the thing that the AI has said, and this relates to this part, but this was a natural idea of when I was reading this. Maybe I'll do it like this because I think I got that question kind of in the middle of this, I guess. Got it. I'll analyze the structural layout at my desk and see if it fits the browser baseline. This completely frees up your working memory. You have zero pressure to perform. It's like I need an identity that I can be. That I don't have to keep listening, that I have things to do that are okay, I am busy. I'm unpacking some deep psychological things now, I think. There's something to this sentence, I don't know what it is. Okay, got it. I'll analyze the structural layout at my desk and see if it fits the browser baseline. This completely frees up your working memory. You have zero pressure to perform, zero awkward silences. trying to invent prompts on the spot, and zero risk of proposing custom software by mistake. I have to make sure that this document contains all of the necessary core things, because next Sunday I'm not gonna read. I might read this whole conversation, but I will probably not do that, and I will probably just skim something or maybe go into details about something. I still need, so I may need to make sure that this history document contains the core things. This completely frees up your working memory. You have zero pressure to perform, zero awkward silences trying to invent prompts on the spot. Zero pressure to perform. Zero awkward silence during trying to invent prompts on the spot. And zero risk of proposing customer software by mistake. Yeah, that's good. Eliminating the sales anxiety. The fear that you are wasting the time or that they will get angry is based on a misconception of what you are offering. You are not cold calling them to sell a vague corporate service. You are running a targeted technical execution path. I'm not sure about this. Consider the reality of a small business owner. They are constantly lonely in their operational stress. No one ever shows up to ask them what is the most annoying administrative task at eating up your weekend. That's actually a good point. Considering their perspective, that I think is a very, in general, very good thing to do. Sales of consideration. I'm getting good at making these titles. This is really good. I think I'm getting better at communication by doing this. Reformulating my way of communication. By using the artifact handler script, which was the one up here. Skicka 2 eller 3 exempel på era mest tidskrävande eller röriga fraktsedlar, tidsrapporter eller leverantörsmall från förra veckan. Jag kollar på textstrukturer från min kammare och visar exakt hur enkel mall sparar förra timmen. That's an overpromise. That's such an overpromise. The artifact handover script is promising too much. First of all, it lacks any kind of input data, so I cannot create a template at all. Secondly, since I cannot do that, I can't promise that I can do that. And the client will be frustrated that I now need that I wasn't complete in my first request. We'll come to that later. Okay. Eliminating the sales anxiety. The fear that you are wasting their time or that they will get angry is based on a misconception of what you're offering. You're not cold calling them to sell a vague corporate service. You are running a targeted technical execution path. Consider the reality of a small business owner. They are constantly lonely in their operational stress. No one ever shows up to ask them what is the most annoying administrative task eating up your weekend. By using the artifact handover script, you introduce zero friction. You're not asking for a budget. You're not asking for a meeting. You're not asking them to learn software. You're simply saying, forward me a messy email chain that wasted your time last week and I will check the data properties for free. If they don't send it, it's just a data point. It means they aren't ready or don't have the baseline pain. Move to the next one. It's kind of good. There is no space for shame or contest because you haven't put yourself in a vulnerable position. You merely extended a precise structure offer to audit a piece of text. It might be like this. Yeah. Given this rigid binary filter, copy paste in, structure text out, which local business owner in your current network handles the highest volume of chaotic day-to-day coordination texts. I do not know which local business owner handles the highest volume of chaotic day-to-day coordination text. It might be Örjan. He has several businesses, but each business probably handles its own stuff. Let's continue. Oh, this is getting to a good day. I've worked until 19 o'clock. Maybe I can continue working, but I need to do exercise. What is the requirements on my exercise? The requirements is the, Qigong. I can check the requirements with AI. I am actually gonna do yoga, breath work today, and I need to know if I should have some space, some time before that and bedtime. What is the general rule? 60 to 90 minutes. Well, one thing that's interesting with breathwork is that it ends with you lying down and feeling good. So that's an interesting thing. Maybe I'll do it at the very end of the day. I'm gonna do that at the end of the day. That means I will eat before I do my yoga. I should eat now. This feels very strange. I have not done my exercise and I have not done my shower, but I'm going to eat it's a complete break of my habit that I've been building up, which is exercise, shower, eating. It might fuck everything up. I will certainly be confused. I will most certainly be very confused. I'm gonna do it anyways. I guess there'll be a little break now where I'll do the cooking. But I can continue listening to this soundtrack. That will keep me in a kind of the same state. I just remembered that I've been neglecting all of the things on the calendar. Not all of the things, but many of the things. But I think it's okay this day. I'm gonna double check if there's something crucial. Check out emails, not necessary. Stream, was in garbage chat. Just empty garbage. I might be able to do this. Like these are not. I checked my email actually yesterday, so that's already done. Or my mail. Empty garbage. It's no panic. Prepare for chat with Burio. I should check the email, but after that I don't really need to. I don't think I need to answer that mail, but hej Tistou, tack för mejlet. Tycker att det föreslår låter som ett spännande och roligt sätt. Skicka gärna. Du har rätt i att det är för tidigt för att göra detta nu. Att det är bättre att vänta till efter sommaren. Men fortsätt fundera och så hörs vi under augusti. Önskar dig en fin midsommar. Perfekt. Jättebra. Det är ingen stress överhuvudtaget. No stress at all regarding that. It has to be done, but there is no stress. It has to be remembered though. So I don't know when the best time to do it. Samma A4 frågeformulär till Vi kommer höras i augusti. Have a chat there. Oh, this old stuff. Yes, this is good. Let's actually copy that one. No, we have a new mail. Let's copy all of this instead. Completed. Yes, value creation. That's the purpose of this. Practicing value creation. I can combine it with these ideas I have now, but it's way in the future. Like it's so far away. It's like the game is entering packaging. That's like at that point. Okay, good. Then I should probably just delete that one. And then look back at stream for when working memory release. I can move this to next Sunday. Maybe it will be worth doing. Move things in corridor into wardrobe. This is just, yeah, I don't have to move this. No, I'm gonna move it to Monday actually. Tömsopor. And that's, I'm just not gonna do it today. Might be done today still. I don't need a calendar anymore, so I can close it. Now I'm cooking. I've encountered an unexpected problem. I've ran out of olive oil. I eat a lot of olive oil every day, so it's gonna affect the coming days until I get money. It's 5 days until I get money, so it will be at least 4 days without olive oil. That's gonna be... And I don't know if I have any other fat related. I have butter, but I have already portioned it, the butter. I might be able to fix it during these days by eating extra dosage of this fat, fish fat and flaxseed. Maybe. starting already today. 4 omega-3 pills. Now I combined my 2 meals. My main meal and my omelette meal. There's 1 potato less in this because I remember last time that I didn't need a potato for the omelette. And now my usual protocol is eating this and staring out the window. If I follow that, I get more of a break, which is not my goal today. But I still have to wait it cool, so I have to wait. I can wait with that decision a little bit more. I'm really hungry. That's gonna be great. Eat that. Okay, now we have some more stuff here. Your insight regarding void work and the psychological weight of automation is profound. Thank you. Establishing report. When you collapse a multi-hour manual struggle into a 5-minute browser routine, you aren't just selling speed, you're introducing an entirely new operational reality to the business owner. Coming in with a frantic rush energy shatters that value. Your instinct to project an unshakable, permanent calmness, acting as a stable platform, is exactly right. Let's calibrate the technical logic, fix the script flaws you accurately pointed out, and design the precise professional identity you can step into to eliminate social friction. By the way, I think one of the reasons that I can work like 10 hours straight is partly because I am consuming 10 grams of creatine every day. So right now I'm using up the creatine that I ate yesterday. I think that's how it works. Like, it takes time for the body to, it must take, like, I haven't researched it, but it must be true that it takes some time at least to absorb creatine. I think I took slightly more yesterday, or I made sure that I got at least 10 grams. Sometimes because it's slightly harder to measure, because it's 5 milliliters and then 1 milliliters to get it. So sometimes I just take I've been taking just the 5 milliliter one for a couple of days. But yesterday I took the 5 ones plus the 1 milliliter ones. So I think that is important. Technical and logic calibrations. There's the receipt gate correction. You are entirely correct, and my previous filter was too restrictive. Because modern browser models like Gemini 1.5 Pro or Claude 3.5 Sonnet Pro. What about Flash? Possess advanced multimodal capabilities and clean smartphone photo of receipt, a handwritten delivery note, or a scanned PDF absolutely passes the input gate. Check. Updated input requirement. Can the source data be fed directly into the browser as text, an image, or a document? If yes, it is valid input. I'm done with this part, or it will come back. Correcting input requirement. Yeah, I was going to disregard this yoga breathwork. Actually, let's go back to that sidetrack and close it off. This one suggests for aiming 60 to 90 minutes between finish and return, turning off slides for sleep. The timing depends on type of practices. Down-regulating, parasympathetic. Yeah, my core body will increase. Oh yeah, that's true. If I make yoga with breathworks, then I'm gonna be sweaty afterwards as well. So I'm gonna need the shower. Anyway, that's okay. The day before I woke up at 6 o'clock, I think I did a shower at the end of the day. So it might be a good way to deal with sleep. Upregulating. It does contain holotropic style breathing. I think I will do yoga, then I will do some break or something for 10-20 minutes. Okay. For some reason I think making my bed has improved my mental focus. I can't say exactly why. Probably it's that my habit of making the bed and having the habit of when the bed is not made, I need to make the bed. I've created that habit and that subconscious pattern that nags me to make the bed if the bed is not made. Now that network doesn't activate, so it doesn't nag me that the bed needs to be made. Even if I don't think about it consciously, there's no it's not trying to enter. So yoga, break, shower, sleep. Correcting input requirement, clean smart form, yeah. The non-agentic copy-paste reality. You accurately maps the boundaries. This one needs more. Oh, there is the scroll bar. You accurately mapped the boundaries of the non-agentic toolset. You are not building APIs or background software integrations. The workflow you are establishing relies completely on human copy-paste. The business owner doesn't need a complex system. They just need your hyper-calibrated prompt to act as the structural bridge that instantly processes the data between their input and their destination software. Chaotic input, text or image. That's good. Text or image. Copy, upload into browser AI. It could be a YouTube video. If something is recorded and talked about. But the important thing is what's talked about, not the footage. So it will be transcription text. It can possibly be. And that I've already thought about by recording the client call. Chaotic input, text, image to copy and upload into browser AI, add in custom prompt, copy clean output table, paste into ERP Excel or wherever. Inhabiting the identity, the structural auditor. To eliminate the anxiety, wait a minute, is there something I need to remember here? I think I should copy this. Customer work. New workflow. Inhabiting the identity, the structural auditor. To eliminate the anxiety of awkward silences, small talk feeling like a scaredy cat. You need a clear professional identity to step into. You are not a traditional consultant, a salesman, or a friendly neighbor checking. I just understood what it means to step into an identity. There's something about this fasting that levels me up. To eliminate the anxiety of awkward silences, we're gonna take this one. Structural auditor. You're not a traditional consultant, salesman, or friendly neighbor checking in. The persona traits. Informal but precise. You do not discuss the weather or search for social validation. Intentional, slow and calm. You embody the stability of the foundation you are building. You speak unhurriedly. Explicitly busy. You have a tight schedule dictated by technical data collection windows. Your time is finite, which entirely justifies an efficient exit. Thank you, Gemini. That's great. Designing the 5-minute closure protocol. Oh, that's interesting. The uncomfortable social friction you are anticipating happens when an interaction lacks a defined structural boundary. If you solve the problem in 5 minutes and then linger, the silence becomes awkward. To fix this, you must set the exit conditions before the meeting even begins. This protects your working memory and gives both you and the client absolute clarity. These are the things that I've been needing all my life. The arrival frame, set the clock. The moment you sit down with Örjan or any client, you establish your time boundary immediately. Hi Örjan, I have a tight 20-minute data collection window before my next focus block, so we can skip the formalities and jump straight into the data. I'm going to record our audio, so I don't have to waste brain power taking notes while you speak. Let's look at the reports. Hi Örjan, I have a tight 20-minute data collection window before my next focus block. So we can skip the formalities and jump straight into the data. Go to recorder audio, so I don't have to waste brain power taking notes while you speak. Let's look at the reports. That triggers me to feel uncomfortable. I don't know why. It grounds it into reality or something. It feels intimate in the wrong way. Setting the clock, step 1, time boundary. Okay. Well, there are several steps here. Let's take them all. Step 2, the data extraction. You record the audio, you ask your targeted questions. What takes the most time? What is the input text image? What does the finished report look like? Efficient. Step 3, the structured exit, the closure. Because you set the 20-minute boundary at the start, leaving is entirely natural, professional and free of friction, even if it only took 5 minutes. Perfect. I have the raw input structure, the target output format and the audio recording. I have exactly what I need to test the feasibility of a browser baseline on my own systems. I'll head back to my office now to protect my focus window. Expect a brief feasibility summary. I don't know if I need to say this. I can just say I'll head back to my office now. Expect a brief feasibility summary via email by Thursday. Thanks for your time. Stand up, pack your things, leave, and you have given them perfect closure. I don't know if they made this feel like a perfect closure. I don't know. I don't know if I should say this, like it, because it might. This introduces this into the context with the session of the chat of the Gemini AI. So I often prefer to avoid negative prompting, saying what should not be done. Because if you just say this 3 words, still feel weird, that's kind of like an encouragement to make things feel weird, to still make it weird. Like, maybe I need to formulate this in a different way for the AI. But it's something to consider to continue. 4. The corrected low-risk artifact script. Your critique of the previous script was 100% accurate. I promised a solution before analyzing the data layout, which creates delivery anxiety for you and potential frustration for the client. Yes. Here is the revised Zero Promise feasibility script designed specifically for Örjan. I don't know, it focuses too much on Örjan. Like that was just one potential customer. Tailored to your native Swedish. Hej Örjan, jag håller på att kalibrera ett enkelt ramverk för säker lokal AI-användning. Now it's starting to promise even more stuff. Local. What's all this about? Direkt i webbläsaren, specifikt anpassad för att plocka bort tidskrävande administrativt textarbete. Jag letar efter komplexa dataflöden att testa genom min modell. Kan du vidareföra 2 eller 3 råa exempel på dina mest tidskrävande eller röriga rapporter, fraktsedlar eller leverantörsmal tillsammans med ett exempel på hur det färdiga resultatet ska se ut. Jag analyserar textstrukturen på min kamera helt förutsättningslöst för att se om det överhuvudtaget är genomförbart att automatisera via webbläsaren och skapa med resultatet. Your revisability script is mentioning local. What do you mean by that? Why did you add that one? Also, it feels too direct. I feel like it's not introducing properly and just asking for data directly. It feels like I'm going up to a stranger and asking to see their emails. That's really weird. That's pretty weird. Why this script works for you? Zero promise. You are only promising to check if it is structurally feasible. If the data is too messy or requires custom software, you simply email him back and say the data properties for this specific workflow require custom integration, so it fails the browser baseline filter. The engagement is cleanly closed with zero frustration. Explicit input-output demand. It forces them to provide both the raw starting data and the target destination layout before you do a single minute of work. If you send this exactly feasibility request to Örjan, you risk nothing. You promise nothing, and you secure the exact raw text time you need to test your prompt workflows in total isolation. Would you prefer to send this text via email first, or drop by briefly to deliver the framework frame in person? Now I'm entering a mental state of kind of business weakness or something. Like beating around the bush. Kind of. That I just need to contact and do. That was another hour of work. Let's continue. But since I can't really talk when I'm eating, I guess I can read. This is nice. My message is becoming smaller and smaller. It's like I'm gradually coming to a conclusion. You're entirely right to call me out on those points. Oh, this is great! The AI has leveled up. I've talked to this AI in many conversations, and a lot about local models in AI, and it actually detected that it slipped in the word local because it mixed in that context from before. That is pretty neat. I do care, like, I care, it's just not in the normal cultural way or something. wrong order. I should grant it after it is. I've come to a like a blockage now. I feel like this message is too long or something. I think I'm kind of forced to take a break or something, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think starting to eat, that changed my blood flow towards the stomach. Now my brain will get even less resources to work with. And these resources are not tied to networks being emptied out. It is the infrastructure. The blood flow is going to be less towards the brain. So it's just in general there will be less resources. I could potentially push further to see if my brain can more efficiently use the resources that I have. That I think might be worth it. But it's also important that I not go into a parasympathetic response. No, not go into a sympathetic response. So that my stomach can get the relaxation to properly digest everything. So I think that's I think also this is like we're getting close, very close, very close to a kind of threshold. And this is like the last kind of step that I would need to do. Potentially I could just send it and see where it takes me. Like that would be a kind of result that I've reached, but I don't feel like it's good enough. I don't feel like it's a good sales message, this. Here's where I think I should start reading 100 million offers. Or maybe I could ask Gemini to apply this. the AI is missing to detect that it requires a lot of effort. Forwarding to mess emails or photos requires a lot of effort. If you compare it to something like clicking a buy button, Milk and blueberries as a dessert. And I think I should have the I think I should treat myself as a king on Sundays. Because I think I should treat myself as a king the day that I do like the most essential work, like surviving work, getting money work. Where I handle all of the emails and job applications and all the things that sustain my life. If I make it very easy to me, like if I get a big reward for doing that, that might improve my life a lot. Now that mental break was very short compared to mental breaks that I've taken before. After like 10.5 hours work. I think the sales message got improved by asking it to implement Alex Hormozy suggestions. I think what I will do well, first of all, this message feels what do you call that part process when you verify a customer? This is Now I'm just learning sales at this point. This is better. It's better because then you can say, oh, there's nothing. I've already got everything under control. Done. Like if I send, tjena customer, hoppas allt rullar. Vid sidan av spelutvecklingen har jag byggt ett gäng AI-mallar för att helt slippa min egen administration. Jag vet inte hur sant det är, men jag använder inte AI för att slippa min administration, för jag har ingen administration som är repetitiv. Kind of. Yeah. I use AI for brainstorming and learning. And decision making. It's a different way. I don't know about this either. There's some problem. Like, for example, this feels so ingenuine. Like, if he, whatever he says, if there's something it says that he mentions, I can say classic. Isn't it? It feels so weird to have this prepared. Like, sales scripts are so weird. It's such a weird thing. This is still pretty weird. Here I'm mentioning if it fits in my framework. Well, I guess I mentioned the framework here, but I didn't mention framework, but I mentioned that I made something. It's out of character for me to act like this. Not completely out of character, but it's kind of out of character. I'm just contemplating if I should try this or not. It's better to divide it like this, to not give everything at once. Because now it feels more natural to ask for slightly more natural. It's still pretty straightforward. But pretty forward, not straightforward. It's still pretty forward. But the last part and show how the finished result should look like. This is getting better. Is this a sales script or something else? And the part visa hur det färdiga resultatet ser ut can be misinterpreted as them showing how the solution and making them confused as to why they are supplying both the problem and the solution, mean that it might be hard for them to understand. Setting a question in their head like, why am I providing the solution when the problem is solved? Why would I need this help if I already solved the problem? So I think we might need a slight variation of this. Okay, we're back to using the notepad. Om jag misslyckas, kapitel 10, 60 upptar ingenting, då har jag slösat min tid, inte din. Om jag lyckas tar jag en fasting och svarar på 10 000 via NCO och du sparar timmar varje vecka framöver. Tar bara emot att ta 4 för detta innan jag sänker fönstret för att gå tillbaka till spelet. Låter det rimligt? Why this step-by-step approach protects you, zero wasted energy. If they don't reply to step 1 or if their problem fails. This is great, I haven't thought about this. If they don't reply or do anything, I don't have to do anything either. I don't have to do anything either. If they don't say anything. I haven't thought about that. I don't have to ruminate about why. I shouldn't ruminate why. It's just, okay, no, go on, done. Done, complete, done, no, don't think more, no, don't think more. It's done, they said no. Something like that. How can I understand this? Why this step-by-step approach protects you? Zero wasted energy. If they don't reply to step 1, or if the problem fails your binary filter in step 2, you stop. You haven't spent an hour drafting a pitch or analyzing their business for nothing. You maintain complete authority. By guiding them step by step, you occupy the identity of a business technician collecting specific telemetry. There is no awkward small talk. Low friction for both sides. They just answer simple, bite-sized text over the course of a day. It feels like a natural conversation, not a corporate sales process. It just needs to feel efficient. It doesn't need to mimic anything. You just need to be efficient and honest. Thus, breaking the interaction down into these psychological steps lower your internal anxiety about the initial kernel. Yes. Yes, this is getting closer to me believing that I can do this without wasting someone's time and truly deliver value. An offer that would be stupid saying no to. Oh, now I realize my trigger. I've streamed for 11 hours and YouTube will cut off the stream recording at 11 hours and 55 minutes. So now starts the ending of the stream part where I will slowly reach, I don't know, I will just stop streaming, I guess. It's not more complex than that. Your catch regarding visa hur det färdiga resultatet ska se ut is incredibly sharp. Oh my, now it's not just rapport, now it's complete flatter. If a business owner thinks I already had the finished report so the problem is solved, you completely lose the sale. What they are blind to is the manual translation labor, the hours of cognitive drain spent moving data from the messy input into that final format. By changing the language, you reframe their perspective. They aren't providing the solution. They are just showing you the empty bucket that they currently have to fill by hand. Something like that, yeah. What is this dynamic? What the fuck is this dynamic? Script versus protocol. This is not a traditional sales script. Traditional sales scripts are built around emotional persuasion, artificial closing techniques, and overcoming objections. What you are using is a technical diagnostic protocol. Think of it like a doctor or an auto mechanic. A mechanic doesn't try to track you down and sell you a generic car fix. They ask where the noise is coming from. Step 1. Look at the specific broken part. Step 2. And then tell you exactly what it costs to fix it with zero risk to you. Step 3. Hey, I'm a mechanic. I'm a mechanic. I'm a mechanic. You're occupying the identity of a precise structural technician. You're simply running a triage sequence to see if the data configuration fits your browser-based framework. Okay. Refining step 3, the empty bucket variation. To eliminate the confusion of them... Wait, I feel like I should update my history. Why this bypasses sale friction? Yeah, and then it's still this part. It's still the offer. The 3-step. And this was important. Yeah, let's just keep all of that there. Refining step 3, the empty bucket variation. To eliminate the confusion of them supplying the solution, change the wording to focus on destination software or the empty template. They are forced to copy data into manually. Klockrent, låt oss göra ett enkelt experiment. Vidareföra 2 exempel på det där röriga på mail-sms. Visa också vilket tomt system eller mall tvingas kryssa in information i till slut. Tomt Excel-ark, du ska se affärssystemet eller tom mall. Jag bygger en exakt webbläsarmall på min egen tid under de närmaste 48 timmarna som sköter den där manuella flytten automatiskt. Om vi misslyckas under 60 sekunder. Now it mixed up the two last. No, it didn't. I'm losing focus. I think it's because of the food. Refining step 3, the empty bucket variation. To eliminate the confusion of them supplying the solution, change the wording to focus on the destination software or the empty template they are forced to copy data into manually. Here's the revised step 3 text for your exchange with Örjan. Klockrent, låt oss göra ett enkelt experiment. Vidarebefordra 2 råa exempel på de där röriga rapporterna till mig på mail. The time is out again. Was that a whole hour? Visa också bara vilket tomt system eller mall tvingas kryssa in informationen i till slut. Tomt Excel-ark, utkast i affärssystemet eller tom mall. Feel like it's mess asking for 2 lost as I said before, we might need to know if this will work or not. Like, will customers stand what to send and how to send it? Not a lot. I don't think most people can send an Excel sheet through SMS. We might need to migrate to email before I think it would be good since if also is a risk since their data might be photos on the phone. Feel like we must make this initial exploration process easier for both the customer and me, so it's easy to find pain points. I think we have to divide things up a bit more, so we can first identify a bit more. But then again, I don't know what the answer is to SMS 2, which is classicer. Can do that in the web to see if it fits with text or images. Change the approach for SMS 3 depending on the answer. I feel like we are entering a space that is not full maps and is potentially huge. You cannot make a complete decision tree for each. Maybe we can do some. We can probably, if the work is automatable by AI, I think we already might know this. And this means that we can potentially make a decision tree where each leaf node is one solution, or two decision trees, one for input and one for output. Then each decision tree ends with how the customer will send the information. This process needs to be seamless for the customer. Every step must feel easy, and because every step is its own sale, every SMS is an offer in itself. where at least the price is to answer and the offer is to get another SMS. I don't know how I'm realizing these things. I feel like I'm thinking smart. Your microtransaction paradigm. Every SMS is an offer in itself, where the price is the reply and the payout is the next frictionless step. It's a brilliant approach of spec-driven logic to human communication. I think that was a smart way to put it. I'm gonna make it italic. Was that what I said? Microtransaction paradigm. You are entirely right. Forcing a client to think about how to transmit an Excel sheet over SMS breaks the loop. It's so straightforward and you just think it like obviously. We must map out a clean, automated decision tree that adapts instantly to how their data is physically stored. The input-output decision tree matrix. To keep your own cognitive load at zero, you only need to look at two variables from their reply to SMS 1. Where does the input start and where does the output go? That's good. That's good. What is the pain point? SMS 1. Where does that information sit? Path A, mobile. Photos, SMS, WhatsApp. SMS 3. Text, snap, photo. Where does information sit? Path B, PC. Emails, PDFs, etc. This is great. Thank you, Gemini. It's pretty simple. It's just if it's on the mobile or the PC. Then let's do a printer. I'm getting real good at making documents. The conversational protocol. But I don't know if I have been looking at my documents. Like, are they really useful in that way? SMS 1. What's SMS 1? Tjena customer. Client. Hoppas allt rullar. Vid sidan av spelutvecklingen har jag byggt ett gäng AI-mallar för skrivheten. Och det tråkiga som repeterar arbetet eller mejlandet brukar äta. Dock kvällar eller helger. And from that, I get the pain point. And then after the pain point, I can evaluate, is this optimizable or not? I guess I can ask for another. Is getting great. I love the new decision tree matrix. It makes so much sense that we just need to find out if the data is on the phone or the PC. Regarding the answer to SMS 1, I think we might want some kind of process where I can here or later where I can ask for another pain point if the first one can't be automated. Here I think it becomes an even more exploration process. I feel like we aren't brutes or aren't wide thinking enough to let the customer be able to think about all of their problems that can be that might be automatable. I'd hate if the customer has a problem I can fix, but we don't find it. But at the same time, I don't want to be nagging or do some brute force search if they brute force exhaustive search if they don't want to. The conversation protocol step by step. Step of SMS 1, the hook and change. Hello customer, hoping everything is rolling. Vid sidan av spelutvecklingen har jag byggt ett gäng AI-vanor för att helt slippa min egna administration. Och det absolut tråkigaste med servicegrejen som brukar äta upp den här själva helgen. The triage. The price, a 3-second answer. Once you name the pain points som ställer tidsrapporterna, immediately triage detta syskologik. Klassiker. Det där går across the head. För att se vilket verktyg vi behöver sitter den här informationen mestadels i mail, dokument och datorn. One more thing. In SMS 2 we say that a problem can be solved, but then we triage it and it might lead to not being able to be solved. This is an empty promise and we don't want that. Well, we don't need to say that. We just figured that. SMS 3, the branched handover, tailored to the friction level. Depending on the answer to SMS 2, we pitch a different
frictionless data collection method. You don't mention prices or terms yet. You just ask for the raw telemetry. Telemetry. Oh, telemetry. Tele as in remote and metry as in measuring something. Branch A. If they answered mobile photos sms. Svenska. Perfekt. Då gör vi det extremt enkelt. Ta en snabb skärmdump på ett sånt sms. Eller knäpp ett foto på en sån lapp direkt med mobilen och skicka till mig här i chatten. Skriv också bara kort i nästa sms. Det här ska in till slut i en system Excel-faktura. Så jag vet målet. Då kollar jag på strukturen direkt. Cool. If they answered PC, email, Excel. Klockrent, då slipper vi mobilkrångel. Vidareföra bara ett eller två råa exempel på det här mailen till min mail. Din mailadress. Skriv bara ett snabbt ord i mailet. Och vilket system eller Excel-arken får de tvingas klistra in till så kollar jag på struktur direkt. We also need, on the third one we also need to be more specific on needing it removed all of these other parts from the step 3. It's like a ladder. It's a customer journey. That should be pleasant.
no action, rather choose the channel. If it's on the phone, the SMS, text it. If it's on a PC, they forward an email. The deal happens at stage 4. Once you actually have the data in your isolated office sandbox, you know it works. Step 4. Where's step 4? You send the hormones a risk reversal offer along with a short screen record proof of the working tablets. We're separating data collection minus I think the AI is just gonna agree with me. The commercial frame, eliminating the surprise to prevent the client from getting annoyed about a sudden price tag. You must establish that this is a commercial project right in the first message by framing it as a limited business sprint. You eliminate the risk of looking like a helpful hobbyist doing a random favor. Number 2, fixing the premature promise in SMS 2. You're exactly right. Promising the Dagor at Crossa in SMS 2 before you've seen the data properties is a massive liability. We must soften the wording to remain purely diagnostic. Integrating value-based pricing. What is it worth? Asking the customer to define value is a brilliant positioning move. It forces them to calculate their own wasted time in kronor before you even build the tool. This is good. By combining this with an absolute risk reversal, you create an under-rejectable offer. Cool. The pleasant and transparent four-step protocol. Should update here. Okay, we have input, output. These ones are good. Pleasant and transparent full-stack protocol. Space 1. The commercial hook. I think this Qigong practice of just bouncing, it compresses and decompresses tissue between the bones that is compressible and don't have blood. And after eating, my blood should be full of nutrients. So maybe this will push out and push in a bunch of nutrients into all these small crevices on my body, in my body. The rejection and pivot script. Nu har jag kikat på strukturen på min kammare. Just det här flödet kräver tyvärr djupa integrationer i systemets namn. Så det faller utanför mitt enkla webbläsarverktyg. Surt. Men jag vill inte slösa tid på något som kräver att göra systembyggen. De har för bäst på rena textflöden som att sammanfatta långa mejlkedjor, skriva repertoaret från fyslistor eller strukturera om röriga anteckningar och foton till färdiga underlag. Är det något annat sånt textföreläggande som vi kanske ska testa istället? Why this architecture protects your confidence? Zero Surprise Real Estate. They know from SMS1 that this is a professional business service, not a friendly chat. They set the ceiling by asking what it's worth. If Örjan says det är inte värt 15 000 för mig att slippa, you don't have to guess or feel awkward charging him 10,000. You're delivering a symmetric value. The free alternative is built in. If you suggest a price that feels too low,